server. On different distributions had between 5 dependencies or dependent libraries and 47. So if you have different things linked into your executable, different things will happen, right? So strive for thinness. If your distribution vendor is not linking in all the things, the behavior will be, there'll be fewer unknown behaviors. Do you have environment variables set that might guide bash, in this case, to behave in different ways? There's many different environment variables that you can set that Bash will look at and do different things based on what you've got these things set to, perhaps opening different files or whatnot. So things like this are what can result in potentially a lot of things happening in your application that you probably don't know about. Okay, speaking of environment variables, how many environment variables do you think are read by the system or any process when Bash is executed? It depends. How many are changed? It depends. Now, we're going to actually look at it in a moment. Again, the answer is it depends based on how your environment was configured. The more options you have linked in, the more things are going to be looked at. Building software with every possible thing linked in as features is very risky. Case in point, what I just talked about. If distribution vendors that choose to link in every possible thing into their environment, and you end up with the kitchen sink. Just for fun, on your own machine sometime, go run LDD against some of the system services that are running. What you want to see is a really short little list. You don't want to see the universe. Like, for example, why do the audio APIs need to be linked into SSH, right? Doesn't make any sense because it's a dependency of a dependency of a dependency, and something needed it. So we've already talked about this, but process behavior is affected by the environment in which it runs. So for example, you might have LD underscore option set, LD audit, LD preload to influence the LD.so to do different things when the application is started. But yeah, I think we've talked about most of that already. So let's go back to Bash for a second. Just a second. Can you guys see that? I just want to make sure that I'm, okay, good. All right, so this is just a WSL VM that's running on this machine. It's Ubuntu 22. If I just do bash -c echo hello, it's fundamentally the same thing as what you just saw. So anybody have an idea how we can determine which files are opened? Because that was the question, right? What files are opened when I run that? Anyone have an idea? strace, perfect example. There's lots of different ways. strace is super easy for the purpose of today's demonstration. So we can do strace bash -c echo hello. Yeah, I'll come back to that. Okay, so it shows you all the things that happen, right? And we can do some quick grepping for opens and whatnot, and you get, oops, actually have to do slightly differently here. Okay. Let's look for open in temp log. So it opens a bunch of stuff, right? And if you word counted that, I think I checked it before, it opens something like about 40 or 50 files. Most of those are just locale definitions being parsed and whatnot. But depending on how your environment was built, here's the answer. I mean, I asked how many files get opened, and it's at least 32, okay? Now, somebody in the front said strace-f of course, you want to make sure that you take in consideration any child processes and whatnot. The number would just grow, right? Okay, that's files. Now we'll talk about why that's interesting or not in a moment, but what about environment variables? Can I just use strace to figure out what environment variables get set? getEnv and setEnv are not system calls. So they end up just reading the environment block out of the process's address space. So there's no getEnv that you can search for here. But what can we do to see what getEnv is actually, how many times it's being called? Make an LD preload library that overrides getEnv and set that and then print out some information. That's too much work for a 45-minute talk. We can just do this. We just GDB it, right? So we'll put a breakpoint on getEnv, and we'll just run it. So how many environment variables do you think will be queried? We didn't ask that. It depends. Let's take a look. Well, down at the bottom you see loc path. That's the first thing that gets queried. I'm not quite sure what's querying that, but you can keep continuing this. LCL, blah, 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 blah. Lots of things, lots of locale related stuff. But eventually you get to a point where you're out of the library initialization part, and you're here. Now this looks like some kind of built-in get env. How do you print the arguments in the which register holds first argument? Ah, I gotcha. The answer is? What's my favorite answer? Depends. I didn't give you enough information. Depends on the architecture. RDI is correct on AMD 64, x86 64. This is an ARM laptop. What is it on ARM? R0, X0, whatever it is. I think it's X0. Term info. Home. Home again. Why would you read it twice? Because maybe it changed in half a millisecond. Okay, you get the idea, right? Lots of them. We could sit here all day watching this. It goes on for hundreds and hundreds of things. The more important thing is not, hey, here's what environment variables are being read. The more important thing is what's going on in the application when they're being read. Does anyone remember? Actually, it's coming up here on a couple more slides. Does anyone remember Looney Tunables? Looney Tunables was a CVE from late last year, and it had to do with improper parsing of an environment variable, glibc tunables. So the fact that your application is reading this and using code to parse it that you've never written yourself is an indication that something possibly could be bad. Okay, would you guys agree with the first statement? Any dissenters? Good. Most development organizations don't have the time to vet every piece of code that they bring in, right? It's not possible. It just simply isn't. So this leads to these kind of behaviors that we're talking about. Now, I've kind of given you, for the past 15 minutes or so, just an overview of application behavior in general and how you can monitor stuff. Now we'll actually look at some of the things, crazy things we've seen applications do. Sound good? All right. How many Java developers do we have out in the room? How many Java developers that don't want to admit to being Java developers? I like it how people then raise their hand. Yeah, I'm a recovering Java developer. Done Java development in the past. Anyone know what JNI is? The Java native interface. It's how you call C, basically C and C++ code from Java. It allows you to call and pass parameters back and forth to different functions. There is a common redacted, names chains to protect the guilty, JNI-based tracing framework out there, real super popular. It writes .so files, which are again, shared library code /temp. It then loads them with DL. The JVM then loads them with DL open, which is what you do to get an SO into memory when you call the Java side of the framework. Sounds okay, right? Until you have this. Now, can anybody see the problem with this? You're creating executable code in temp with mode 777 with a predictable name. What could go wrong, right? Well, if you can simply guess the next name, it's 777, you can surreptitiously place a malicious piece of code in front of the thing that's creating the legitimate code, and ta-da, you've now potentially commandeered control flow of the application. So, oops. You'll see a lot of 777 today. It seems to be everyone's favorite number. And again, it's not a Vegas thing. Okay, so I hope it's obvious why that's bad. The more important thing, again, to reason, and this is what I was talking about earlier, I hope everyone takes away from this that the developer probably had no idea this is happening, right? It's just, hey, I use this framework, and it created a library and invoked some code in it. Okay, example 2. Speaking of creating files with mode 777, again, it seems to be a popular mode. We see log files being created with mode 777 all the time because everybody loves executable logs, right? Right? Now, again, as a developer, I'm probably not even aware this is happening. As a developer, I'm probably saying, log.message something, something, something. I don't pay attention to these kinds of things. Making this even more risky is the propensity that many logging frameworks don't do proper parsing. Log with a parameter, they just simply write whatever parameter you specified into the logs. So what could you do with something like this? So a kind of a contrived example is something like this. Consider an application that logs some user-provided input. User foo logged in. So you get a log message that looks like this. Now, what could happen if username was not, or if the string in here was not properly parsed by the logging framework? I mean, in theory, I could do like something like, that's my name. My username is that. Now, granted, you probably have to find a way to somehow execute that, but there's a lot of different things you could do with this, right? I mean, now you have an opportunity for somebody who's controlling one part of an application, writing data into a log file that could then possibly be executed by something else that was commandeered from some other vector. Okay, so executable logs. I mean, those are great, right? Everyone loves executable logs. Bet you guys have never heard of executable JSON or executable Markdown. This is actually a screen capture from our product when it found some things that were being added. Now again, I don't want to pick on permissions here because we've already talked about it, but the permissions errors there, they might be innocuous, but it indicates one of a couple things. It's either lazy coding or maybe a wrong UMask setting or something similar. Now these are usually created again with mode 777. So back to rewinding one slide. If I have a piece of an application that's writing like a JSON configuration file with mode 777, what does this mean for something else on the machine? If I commandeer a different component, I can now affect the configuration of a different thing on the system, right? So I don't understand why this happens, but it does. So why tempt fate? Fix it. So back to environment variables again for just a moment. We've already seen that environment variables are queried more often than you might think. Some could be dangerous. Again, glibc tunables is one example. Anyone ever use less open and less close? Anyone even know that such environment variables exist? Yeah, less open and less close. I don't know if they're in all versions of less, but older versions of less used to look at this environment variable, and if it was set, when you did less on a file, it would actually run the command in less open first. So if you could drop that in somebody's environment, then you have control over any time they run less, they get to run another thing of your choice. Even if you don't use these environment variables, and you probably don't make direct reference to these, code that you imported might do this, or system level things. One thing we see often in looking at applications that are out there with our product is lots of debug environment variables set and lots of secrets and keys and passwords in environment variables. How many people have ever been guilty of putting a password in an environment variable and don't want to admit it? Yeah, we see it a lot. I mean, this is why vaults exist, right? Now, you may say, well, if I set it in an environment variable, it's only readable by that process, right? Anyone know the answer to that last question? What is the security boundary for an environment variable on a machine? Oops. Get out of that one. Oh, sorry. You guys see that? Okay, I'm right now PID 366. And that is my shell right here. You guys know that you can read environment variables cross processes as long as you're the same user, right? A lot of nods, some shaking their heads. So yes, you can. The fact that I own process, 401 here, I can go into proc 401 environ and I can read its environment. Now that's not a new revelation. That's been like that forever. But people tend to think that, if I put something in an environment variable, it's secret. It's not. You can generally read cross things, right? Okay. Talk about that. Here's a good one. What do we think? All right, I'll give you some hint. It shouldn't, but can it? The answer to this one is not really it depends. I mean, I suppose it kind of is it depends, but it definitely can happen. How? Well, we did see an environment where we've had auditing libraries that were left enabled, and they were set with LD audit or LD preload set to pointing to some particular library that had library initialization code in it. Library initialization code that actually did a network connection. So when you have that set, bincat effectively made an outbound network connection every single time it ran. It's worse than that because it was set system-wide. Every process made an outbound network connection to do phone home. Sounds bad, right? It gets worse. What is this phone home operation doing? Well, the way this thing was built is that it did an HTTPS connection and then used like a JSON parser with REST to post a request to some update server to see whether or not there was a new version of the software available. So what does this mean? This means you have a library that's now injected into every process in the system which contains OpenSSL, a JSON parser, and an HTTPS, and a TLS mechanism. And that's really good, right? Because we know that none of those things ever have bugs, right? Yeah. So again, case in point, developer had no idea this was happening. So you have code that just simply gets injected and does random stuff. Speaking of phone home connections, in our internal testing, we found a popular dashboarding product that makes phone home connections, probably again to do update checks again, once a second. Because you really need to know within 1 second if there's a new version of the framework available, right? It also does this check to every single IP address returned from the DNS query. So it does DNS lookup on myupdateserver.foo.com. It gets back 20 things, including half of them IPv4, half of them IPv6, and it tries every single one, once every second. Now, typically like a WAF or something can help stop that, but that's just bad behavior, right? The other problem with this particular framework is that if you looked inside the code, because it's open source, looked to see what it was doing, it basically just blindly trusted a URL that was given to it and says, go download this and install it. Can anyone think of, well, I guess very recently, some code that got automatically installed and caused a lot of problems? Yeah. So yeah, this is not good stuff. Speaking of network connections, our product lets us correlate different network events over time. So basically we can say, like, I saw your code make an outbound network connection to IP address 1.2.3.4, but it previously had not obtained that through a DNS lookup. So basically what does that mean? It's a hard-coded IP address somewhere. This helped us uncover an environment in a customer environment where there was a connection code to a fixed IP address. Coming from a dependency in the application, of course, developer did not do this. Does connecting to a hard-coded IP indicate a security issue? I don't know. Maybe. It could be command and control from some hijacked library. It could just be a lazy developer. Either way, it should be investigated. The point is, how do you even know it's happening, right? How about this one? Anyone ever guilty of doing srand 1 or srand 0 or srand time? Come on. Yeah, we see this being called all the time. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with these APIs except if they're called in certain contexts. So the question at the bottom of the slide is asking, when is this kind of okay, and when is this really bad? Anyone know the characteristics of the APIs that are listed on the top there? Was that? They're global, yeah, but they're deterministic, right? So it's a deterministic random number API. So when is that okay? Maybe test programs or something is probably fine. When is it bad? Any cryptography context, and we see this on occasion. It's not good. But yeah, it's like, where did you come up with this code, right? So you either were reading a textbook from the 1970s or 80s when this was like the only way to do it, or we went to Stack Overflow and said, how do I generate a random number, right? Cut and paste it into your code. Ancient functions like this that have better versions are still being used. So we talked about RAND and SRAND. No bounds check, string manipulation operations, we see these all the time. A lot of this is in legacy code. It's getting better, but why? there are better versions of all these things available, so you should use them. And I'm not saying you should use them. I'm saying the people writing the dependencies that you're bringing in should use them. So why not spend a few hours and clean up this code? Okay, almost done. So what are some of the reasons why this happens? And this is just kind of, my own personal opinion here. I think we see these issues for several reasons. Increasing use of third-party libraries. I mean, nobody writes every single line of code in their app. And like it or not, the velocity at which software is developed today lends itself very well to going to GitHub and finding the library that you need. There's just nothing you can do to change that. Lack of time for developers and security teams to properly do proper vetting. Another issue is let's say you had infinite time and your security team and your development team said, your development manager said, I want you to go and personally inspect all 50,000 lines of code you're importing. You're going to always have that same 50,000 lines? What happens when version 2 of that library is released next week, right? You're going to have to go do the same thing again. So there's just a lack of time. Time is money, and you can't even conclusively do this. So transitive dependencies that bring in other dependencies and so on, it's really difficult. And then lack of knowledge by some developers just even about security risks. I mean, that's kind of why we're all here, right? Junior developers sometimes aren't trained in this mindset. So it's tough. Now, I have some ideas on how to fix these, but again, they're just my own personal ideas. Here's some suggestions. Strive for thinness whenever you can. Choose distributions that, if you're building software for Linux, choose distributions that have thinness as a mindset. Alpine's a really good one, right? They strive for very, very thin software. Don't link in all the things just because you can. Don't say, I might need smart card logins in my app someday, so I'm going to link the smart card library, and you don't do it until you absolutely need it. Use tools to periodically audit process behavior and APIs that are being used. The only way to know what's happening is to actually look and see. So we just touched on some ideas today. I mean, there's commercial tools like what we offer, but there's other open source tools out there as well to help you check these things. Compare behaviors. Compare current behaviors to previous behaviors. Look for drift. Make sure things aren't changing without your knowledge. And coach junior developers about the importance of this. There's no shame in saying, we shouldn't be doing it this way. We should be doing it that way. And I guess, try as best as you can to vet imported code. And then short of that, I think you have to write everything yourself, which is not really going to work. All right, so that's what I had. We've got some time. I can give everyone back their 15 minutes, and if you have some questions, come on up at the end. Otherwise, we're right outside at our booth if you have any questions about what we do or want to talk about this more. Hope this was entertaining and interesting. I found it writing these things down over time helped me understand what apps are doing a little bit better, so hope it did for you as well. Thanks.
Thank you. If you have a question, please raise your hand so I can bring the mic over so everyone can hear.
Hey, sound check. All right, this is really good stuff. Thank you. So in my position, we have like an EDR application that we use that flags a lot of this stuff for us, right? Like unpacking a encrypted binary or a weird network connection or stuff like that, right? But sometimes it's a 5-minute fix. Like I can ask somebody and they say, oh, that's not supposed to happen, or oh, that's this thing, right? But sometimes it's just a legacy development team, another part of the country that has no idea what they've inherited from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever, and they just say, I don't know, but I don't want to worry about that. I don't have time. So we have to make a call of, do I really care enough to do like a deep dive investigation into 30,000 lines of C code to find where this is coming from, or do I just block it or ignore it, right? Because it's probably not.
From 10 years ago.
Exactly, right? So I guess, what words of wisdom do you have about when do you make the call about when something is worth looking into, and when do you just slap the firewall, turn it off, and say, all right, we're going to forget about it? You're
going to love my answer.
It depends.
Yeah, I don't think there's a one-stop shop answer for that. Mm-hmm. It really does depend on the application. Depends on the criticalness of, is it a critical line of business, piece of functionality in your line of business, or is it just this, tool that's off on the side somewhere? I don't want to kind of dodge around the question, but they're really, it's tough. And as you've already seen, I wish I did have an answer. No, it's a case by case basis, unfortunately. Yeah.
I wish I got paid to look at this stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the fun part of the job, right? Is finding this stuff, but.
Yeah, it's interesting when you bring up an application. A lot of this stuff we find just like testing open source products. It's just like, what are they doing, right? It's like, what is going on here? So, yeah, great question. Yeah. Cool. Looks like that's it. I'm happy to hang around up here in the front if you want to ask a personal question or something that's off camera. No worries. Thanks, everyone.
I'm not a Java developer, but
You say you aren't.
That example, no, I'm not. That example that you showed about 777.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas. We're here at Common Ground. We're about to hear from Emma Fong speaking about securing your cloud-native DevOps, a zero-trust approach. Before we begin, we want to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, our gold sponsors, SEM Group, DropZone AI, Adobe. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. A note about your cell phones, these talks are being live streamed and recorded, so please make sure that your phones are silent. At the end of the talk, there's going to be some time for Q&A. Please raise your hand, I'll walk around with a mic. There's also a strict photo policy, so if you're taking pictures, please make sure you're not including anybody else in them. And with that, I will hand it over to Emma.
All right, thank you. I think I'm going to. Okay, let's get started. I think it's actually good that we don't have that many people here. So my talk is about cloud-native DevOps. You might have already heard about this term before, but something that I'm gonna explain later. First of all, a bit of introduction about myself. My name is Emma Fang, and I'm based in London. So as you can pick up from a little bit of my accent, I'm not from the US. I came all the way from London, and I'm a cloud security architect at EPAM. As a consultant, I love design and architect everything in the cloud for my clients. So EPAM, just a little bit introduction about EPAM, is a technology consultancy specialized in software engineering and product designs, and we help our clients to accelerate and integrate security into their cloud transformation programs. So alongside my work, I also volunteered in a few UK-based committees, such as the Women in Cybersecurity, which is a UK affiliate. And I'm also one of the industry advisory board committee for the computer science faculty at University of Buckingham. So that's me. Okay, this is the agenda for today. I would like to give you a definition of what is cloud-native DevOps. How cloud-native affects the DevOps practice. And then we will dive into the current threat landscape, looking at attack vectors and share some examples of some famous attacks happening in the 4 to 5 years ago. The last 4 to 5 years, not ago. But yeah, and finally, I will wrap the session up with some strategies and best practices to help you secure your cloud-native DevOps environment. So, okay, without further ado, let's dive into our first topic. So what is cloud-native plus DevOps? There's no official definition of that. But in general, it's a principle that describes how people work together and to build and deploy applications that could leverage the scalability, flexibility of the cloud environment. So it's often using technologies like microservices, patterns, containers, serverless functions, and each of those microservices are implementing a business capability, communicating via an API, something like that, between different layers, right? As you can imagine, if you work in the cloud-native, DevOps space, you kind of know about this, and it requires a lot of automations and continuous improvements and cross collaborations between teams. And as a result, we want to make sure that the product is faster time to market, and we can experience things like benefits like reduce infrastructure overheat, and we can allow our DevOps people to innovate the product. So as a security person, have you ever encountered the challenge which makes you actually panicking? So recently, I've got a cloud-native project. So I've been asked to secure the cloud-native project. And 2 weeks into the project, I've been told, Emma, our application is actually being built. I was like, hang on, I don't know about the security requirements for that application yet. And then as an architect, my first reaction is, I need to gather all the requirements for this environment. I need to gather everything, I need to gather all the components. Then I panic. So if you experience something similar to that, that's because you also experience the problem of security challenges. Security challenges in the cloud-native DevOps space. So let me tell you a bit what is that. So it is the speed of development and deployment. So we want this environment needs speed, which means that we want to push the code much faster into production, sometimes in a matter of minutes. And it also makes it harder to have security gates to be implemented into the CI/CD pipelines. And we want to keep up with that speed. So sometimes we think, okay, the microservices environment is already kind of isolated and highly resilient, and we have enough security. But actually, it's not. How about the underlying infrastructure and the SDLC process? So yeah, think about those things. And this environment is often targeted by threat actors. So on this page is a little messy, but I'm going to talk you through this page. The threat landscape and the trends for the cloud-native environment is evolving. The supply chain attacks remain the major concerns in the past few years, as we know that everything is in the headlines. For example, the Log4j has been around for 2 years, but after 2 years, it's still a problem. Why? So that means that we are not patching faster enough, right? So beyond the supply chain risk, AI-assisted code has also gained popularity because our developers love AI. We want to generate code from the AI and faster and productivity, all kind of benefits, right? But the thing is, the question is, are we trusting the integrity of those systems that are providing us the machine learning model that's providing us those generating those codes for us? So all those questions raised. And another thing I would like to mention is the misconfigurations. You just don't know. You're just so surprised how much misconfiguration risk that we have experienced. A tiny little errors could lead to a massive breach. So we have seen so much in the headline. So I'm going to walk through those attacks in a minute. And we have professionals, security professionals, looking into the cloud-native security risk. So OWASP top 10, good job OWASP, because you are nailing it. However, it's under development. So I'm doing some research into cloud-native risk, and then I found this document in OWASP. However, after a few years, it's still under development. I know that this space is constantly changing. Like, you can't just define a risk for the cloud-native security and just call it job done, because it's evolving. That is the fact. And you also need to constantly, improve your visibility of everything, all the infrastructure, the components of your services. But yeah, it's very challenging in this space. Okay, I know this architectural diagram is a little bit overwhelming for you, some of you maybe. But as an architect, I like diagrams, so that's why I put this diagram here. So on this page, I've broken down the cloud-native environment into 3 key areas: the developers' environment, DevOps platform environment, and the application/infrastructure environment. So let's start from the left bottom, which is the developers' environment. So as a developers, we all love IDE plugins, right? We use IDE plugins to improve our code efficiency, productivity, and everything like that, and even security. So we want to use those tools. We want to integrate those tools as much as possible. Then it comes into the problem of, are we trusting those extensions? And then we move on to the DevOps platform, where the build processes and the CI/CD pipelines are happening. Git repos and public container registries are vulnerable to supply chain attack. We already know that. And then, one thing about it is, the CI/CD pipeline, those risks that's happening in the supply chain go down to the CI/CD pipeline and get executed, resulted in the remote command execution. And then the attack surface extended to your application environment. First of all, if you move your eyes to the top left-hand side, you can see that I've labeled it as an external attack surface, because I just don't know what is the better word for that, because that is external attack surface. And a lot of things like injection attack, application security attack, are all exploiting everything on that application level. And then you have APIs, API misconfiguration, that's so common, and someone is handling the API keys improperly, and also, the authentication tokens, if you are not storing it in a secure place, maybe it can get exploited. And then I want to talk about the issue of unmanaged environments, right? So what I meant is something that's in legacy, that hasn't been on your system, that's kind of off record. It could be someone that's stupid enough to use their personal credentials to create a random cloud workload in your environment. You just don't know that, right? Yeah, it's difficult to have visibility on everything when your environment is so complicated. There are so much moving parts, so much APIs, cloud storage, and also the microservices architecture. So in this table, I've got some attack techniques that are often used to exploit we've seen that often used to exploit the cloud native environments in the wild. So I would like to point out a couple of things. The first thing is the misconfiguration. It's often overlooked because it's often the entry point for an attack. And the second thing is the supply chain. So supply chain has a large attack surface. Open source dependencies and the container images, but we also haven't forget the proprietary software as well. So in both cases, those threats are not only affecting the service provider itself, but also extended to its customers, which leads to a much greater impact. I also want to remind you about the MITRE attack tactics. I trust every one of you have heard about it at some point. So basically, after the initial the initial access, attacker could look for ways to maximize their benefit within this environment. They can spread across the network, and they can use techniques to hide their tracks through using the root keys and maintain persistence by leaving a backdoor, something like that. Okay, the first thing I would like to talk about is the cloud misconfigurations. So there is a statistics that I got somewhere. It was reported 45%. There's a 45% increase in incidents caused by misconfigurations in 2023. And misconfiguration could be anything that relevant to human errors, and they are normally low-hanging fruit for the attackers. So we just experienced a global outage. The blue screen of death, which is caused by software updates by CrowdStrike. And also, this one is an example of not a malicious attack, but is a good example of how a small operation error could cause impact on a global level. And now on my board here, I would like to talk about a couple of instances in detail, well, not in detail, but a little bit. So the first one is the Midnight Blizzard instance. So Midnight Blizzard is a Russian nation-state threat actors. So they use the password spread attack to compromise a non-production legacy tenant in Microsoft environment, then leverage an OAuth application to access to the corporate environment, such as the Exchange server. So this attack has taught us how vulnerable our system is if without basic security controls like MFAs. Another instance that I would like to reference to is the AI GitHub repo data exposure that's happening in the 2023. So as you know, that AI project becomes so valuable target for attackers now. So in this instance, the Microsoft AI research team incidentally published a bucket of private data, such as secrets and team messages, to a public Git repo. So the worst thing of this one is that some insecure token was used to share the data from the storage accounts, and the access was overly permissive. As a result, this makes this attack possible. And there are, a few instances that are relevant to the S3 bucket and the cloud storage. I don't need to mention them too much. I will include a link in the resource at the end of the talk. You can look into them, but it's very basic. So those attacks are all exploiting a very basic, simple mistake in the environment. Okay, supply chain attacks. SolarWinds is a very popular one. I don't need to go into too much details about it. I think what makes it, the second one is the most interesting one. Is the Travis API vulnerabilities. So in this instance, the public API calls was used to fetch clear text logs. And these logs contain sensitive information like user tokens. Then those user tokens were can potentially use for access to services like GitHub and Docker Hub. And the other one that is Cassia ransomware attack. So this is another quite famous ransomware that's exploiting the CI/CD pipeline and injecting ransomware into and that can be spread downstream into those business. And it also caused downtime for over 1,000 downstream business. I would like to talk about the open source supply chain attack separately to the normal supply chain attack, because it is a very, very popular attack surface. So Log4j is an open source logging is a logging package, and then probably most of you already know about this attack. I don't need to go into too much detail about it, but this enables the attacker to gain remote access to the application that use the Log4j. And XZ-utils backdoor is another example. Is where the open source vulnerability campaign that went on for 3 years without being discovered. And the worst thing about it is because the malicious code has been injected into each of those versions of the package, which means it's difficult to track and to mitigate those risks. So on the left, on the right here, I included a diagram that I drew myself. So it kind of explains the tactic and the attack path of the threat actors, how they exploit this environment. And then it's the CI/CD pipeline attacks. So for every stage of the pipeline, from code to commit to production, they can be a target. For example, attackers can exploit how dependencies are put into downloading to execute those malicious packages. And also, one thing I'd like to mention is the tools like Jenkins and GitHub GitLab are often used to being exploited to launch attacks on the CI/CD pipelines. So, for example, the CI server, the runners, the insecure credentials and secrets that are happening in the CI/CD pipeline. And there is a blog that created by that's reported by the NCC group that has published something like analyzed 10 attack paths through the security assessment of the CI/CD pipelines. And this blog have highlighted a few techniques, such as the share runner can be compromised to deploy malware and extract credentials which we use to deploy into the production systems. Another interesting observation here is the Visual Studio. So Visual Studio is a very popular IDE. Everybody use it. 75% of developers are using them. So research has shown that in an experimental attack, that's the researcher have created something that's very similar to the genuine VS Code. The Visual Studio, and they uploaded this version onto the marketplace, and a lot of people just downloading them. They don't know because they're using a typo score techniques, so they make it look like the real one, but so that is the consequences. Okay. So I included another very nice table here to explain what is the threat landscape of the DevOps, basically the CI/CD pipeline security from using a MITRE ATT&CK framework. So it's just for your reference only, but I highly recommend it to you to check it out if you're interested. And then, finally, is the cloud identity attack. In this one, I am going to talk about the famous Okta attack. So what happens in the Okta breach? It was in October 2023. So a service account was extracted because it was stored in a compromised Google account of an Okta employee. And the account was then used by threat actors to gain access to the Okta's customer support systems, which resulted in a file that contains sensitive information, such as session tokens, to be compromised. So these session tokens then leverage further to be penetrated into the internal system of the customer of Okta. So this is another example of supply chain attack, but using cloud identity attack. And although this initial compromise wasn't successful, but in 2024, in the Cloudflare data breach, I don't know how many of you know about this. So the threat actors was able to establish a persistent access to the source code management system Bitbucket using the token that's stolen from the Okta instance. So on the left, I've used a attack path diagram to demonstrate this attack. So as you can see, that's what I want to emphasize here is an attack could be the start of another data breach. So, things, misconfigurations, cloud identity attack, and everything like. And also supply chain attack are all interconnected. And then there's a quote here. So I just want to highlight here that as this report shows that only 1% of the permissions are actively being used by the amount of workload, identities, and permissions guards contributing to the rise of the accidental and malicious insider threats. So these are all exploited to allow the threat actors to access to the cloud infrastructure. So what are the lessons learned? Okay, so how long do we have? So the volume of attack against the cloud-native environment is increasing, and attackers are adapting their techniques to move faster, and CI/CD workflow and DevOps environments are being targeted because of the amount of attack surface and the lack of detection. And the trust in the supply chain and the open source software are rooted in several factors. For example, faster time to market and cost efficiency and collaboration. These are all the benefits that our developers like about, but the trust can be exploited by those threat actors to launch massive campaign, affecting hundreds of business. Okay, now we finally go down to the Zero Trust security principles. How many of you knows about Zero Trust? Please raise your hands. I think that's everybody, probably. Yeah, so it sounds savvy. It's a savvy word. Yes, I agree with that. And it's a term that has been used by a lot of vendors to market their products. We've got Zero Trust features. We've got the entire Zero Trust package. Please buy our product. Yeah, so some people probably hate about this term because of that. And a lot of people are associated with the commercial products that does XYZ features. However, little do you know, it's only a concept and principle. It's not a technology. It's a collection of things that can achieve a specific goal, right? So in the Zero Trust model, nothing is trusted. No application, databases, services, or infrastructure is trusted by default. And everything including identities, network, infrastructure, and applications must be audited, monitored, and verified. For example, when one piece of the infrastructure or application wants to speak to another, then it must be authenticated according to a access policy that is constantly changing. It's constantly assessing the authentication. And then, according to the access policy, it will grant the access according to the least privilege principle. So that's the Zero Trust principle. So how does the Zero Trust principle translate it into cloud-native DevOps controls? So the NCSC defines Zero Trust principle into further 7 principles. So how does those principles translate into these controls? So let's start with identifying the cloud-native asset, the architecture. Identifying firstly the way that you use to innovate things. So what you want to know where your developers are getting the third-party packages, the open sources. You want to be able to understand, what is in your environments, your data, your codes, your images, where they stored. And then know your user and service and device identities. So in this case, you want to assess your user and devices and services behaviors. So you want to detect the anomalies, and you want to secure the workload identities, and you want to protect the secrets in the CI/CD pipelines. And then you want to assess your users' behavior. So in order to do that, you need to understand what is your DevOps workflow look like, what is your CI/CD process and behavior, and can you do a health check into your workload, and also you want to audit your privileged accounts. And then you use the policies to authorize your access to all kind of environments. You use just-in-time access, and you can enforce branch security. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then, even for the APIs, you want to enable access policies for the APIs. We want to control which API is talking to which services, right? And there's a tool that I put on the top here. It's called Cloud Infrastructure Entitlement Management. So this tool is often used to manage the cloud identities within the infrastructure environment. And then you authenticate and authorize all the connections. How do you achieve that? First of all, so you have so much DevOps tools. And then, how do you know that the developers are access to those DevOps tools and to whatever they need to access to whatever the resource and environment they need to access to? It's difficult to do that unless you integrate your DevOps tools with your IDP, with your identity providers, with your enterprise identity providers, and also enforce MFA on top of that, and enforce conditional access policy for the workload identities. I know that MFA might be difficult to implement for your workload identities. And then you want to enforce the service-to-service authentication. Now, we focus, and then we talk about the monitoring of the users' devices and services. You could be using something like AI-powered and automatic detection, and real-time observability is often provided by the eBPF. And security testing, I don't need to mention about that, but there's something there. And runtime scanning. Don't forget about those tools, those savvy, commercial tools like CSPN, KSPN, and CWPP, something like that. Yeah, so those tools are all enabled, monitoring and getting visibility into your environment at some point. And finally, don't trust any network. So talking about network security, you probably, MTLS comes to the top of my head. And then you probably think about micro-segmentations. What does that mean? That means segmenting your environments into, staging, production, and testing environments. And then another thing is, you also want to segment, you want to also use different runner, CI runner, to run the protective to run the protected job. You don't want to mix them together. You need to you need to configure the different segregation policies. Okay, now I'm going down to the very heavy, detailed content for the probably next 6-7 minutes. I'm going to be quick about it, fast about it, okay. So how do you secure your application environment? You first start with establishing your security baseline that you can use to harden your infrastructure environment. Use things like CIS benchmark, or you can use the cloud vendor specific ones. For example, Microsoft Cloud Security Benchmark. If you're using Azure, it's a free version of that. Then you want to monitor your cloud workloads and use that to use tools like CSPN, CNPP, things like the cloud native application platform to detect your abnormal behavior within your environment and your cloud workloads. And you want to adopt runtime security for your container workloads, and also you want to detect to monitor your infrastructure, including the legacy systems, so you know that you don't have the shadow IT. And then you want to implement the just-in-time policy and also the zero privilege standing admin accounts. So developers, the ops people often use the admin access into your platform. So you want to enforce the just-in-time policy for that. And of course, MFA, I don't need to mention that too much. Everybody knows about the benefit of MFA, although they are not attack-proof, but they are good. And then you want to enforce the role-based access control policies, RBAC, and enable session re-authentication and timeouts. And you want to block unauthorized and non-compliant deployment using things like policy as code, and you can regularly scan your infrastructure as code files to detect any misconfiguration and configuration drift. And finally, is the network security and the segmentation. So there are a lot of things about it. Firstly, you want to ensure that you're segmenting the infrastructure that used to host your application where your workload are running. And then is to enable the protection for the traffic, to protect your traffic going into your application. Also, and you can use the eBPF to improve your network observability and enforce your runtime security. So yeah, that is something you can look into as well. And don't forget, network policy for the container and control and to control your traffic flows within the cluster between ports and external traffic in the container. Okay. Then I want to talk about how to secure your DevOps platform environment. So first of all, you want to regularly scan your code base for vulnerabilities, adopt the SBOM. Yesterday, we had a very nice talk about SBOM in the Proving Ground. If you don't know what SBOM is, go to check that out. And then you want to restrict access to your code repository and your container image registry. And in terms of your cloud-native DevOps toolchain, there's a couple of things I would like to say about it. So you want to ensure that you only deploy or only adopt the verified third-party DevOps to integrations. And you want to work with your third-party team to work on that, to provide assessment on those tools. Don't just adopt everything. I know that a lot of application, a lot of project teams, they like to do their own stuff. One team adopting, Jenkins, one team adopting GitLab, something like that. Yeah, it's really complicated in a massive environment. But the bottom line is, you probably want to make that consistent, use the same tools across your organization, not to use different tools. And then to secure your CI/CD pipeline, how do you do that? Audit and monitor your CI/CD runners. So there's tools. I think there are tools that you can use, which is based on the eBPF again, and that can use to improve your visibility on your CI/CD runners, and secrets. Secrets within CI/CD pipeline is particularly vulnerable because they can be everywhere. There are so many secrets, and don't hard code your secrets, and that is very basic security best practices. But unfortunately, a lot of people do that still nowadays. And also, you want to manage your secrets properly. Finally, secure your developers' environment. Sometimes everybody just not care about developers' environment because they want them to innovate. They want them to do the job that they need to. But the thing is, there are risks associated with that environment. For example, developers can use their own personal access code, access tokens, access to your code repository and your development environment, and all those things like that. So my recommendation would be you want to enable single sign-on and integrate your DevOps tools with your organization's identity provider using the identity federation. So that's probably the first step you want to do. Then again, you want to ensure that you enable the just-in-time access. Then I'd like to talk a bit more about the extensions and integration security. Again, third-party security risk needs to be done, needs to ensure that you are integrating the right tool. And when you are getting something from the marketplace, think twice or maybe third times before you actually integrate your things. You want to verify this is actually the genuine tool that you want to integrate. And then finally is to implement branch security. So you want to protect your branch, you want to establish branch protection policies, including approval workflows for the code changes. So that comes down to the change management, the entire topic on the change management as well. You want to secure access to your repository and the pipelines by applying different kind of permissions. Yeah, so that's it for securing your developer's environment. So what are the key takeaways? In this session, we have explored the complex threat landscape of cloud-native environment. Thank you very much for staying with me until now. So basically, you want to shift left. Shifting left is not enough. You want to shift everywhere, including every stage from the code to the deployment in your CI/CD in your SDLC. And also, you want to harden everything, not just the application itself, but including everything around it, the identity providers, the CI/CD pipeline, and the cloud platform. And verify every single connections. It's not just the application, the services, between the services, but also verify your users' access to the environment, your developer access to the, the CI environment, something like that. And always assume breach, which means that you want to exercise defense in depth. So security controls on just one level is not going to be enough. And so cloud native environment is not a static state, which means that you want to protect your, you want to ensure that your runtime ensure the running application are monitored for the malicious activities or attacks. And finally, automate security. You can use tools and technologies to streamline the securing and to secure your supply chain environment, and also to enforce your security policies by automating everything. I think that's everything for my talk. Thank you very much. And so I have included my, my LinkedIn profile here, so you can connect with me. And there's a link here. You can get all the resources that I use when I'm researching this talk. So I hope that you learn something from this. But if you don't, that's OK, because I learned something from it. OK. Oh, any questions? Sorry.
Emma, thank you so much, and I hope you're surviving. Our temperatures are a little bit different from here in London. So, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation the fact that developers value speed. How, as a security cloud architect, how do you articulate that you can achieve that value with all the things that you just described? I find that that's normally a point of contention. So this is a lot of stuff for us to do, or for somebody to do. How does that align with being able to meet speed to market demands for certain development products? Make sense, that question?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think speed is crucial as well as security. I wouldn't say that you don't want speed, but the thing is, you want to have a framework, you want to have a baseline that is already implementing to enable that speed. So, which means security is integrating within all the stages of your SDLC, and within your environment, you have things that can monitor for misconfigurations, such as policy as codes, things like that. If you have been implementing those foundations in your environment, you will be able to enable speed. So, unfortunately, this is not something that can be done fast. It requires a very careful, architecturing and refactoring your application, something like that. So that's how I communicate. How I ask my developers to enforce security. I know it's hard, and because I've been there before. And the thing is, but luckily, my developers are very buy into my approach.
When it comes to SBOM, are there any automated tools we can use for scanning?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. SBOM, I think. Would you like to answer that question. I have a friend, sorry to put you on the spot, but she delivered a talk yesterday. I think it's very good for her because she's an expert in that. So I think it's better for her to explain this. Would you mind?
Maybe we can talk after this, but there are some open source tools which is by Anchor, Trivi, OWASP. OWASP is the very well known, the Cyclone DX. And Trivi has it is also integrated with Docker Desktop, so it becomes easy for you to use it. And Anchor has Sift that is available open source. You can just use it for free, or if you use Anchor as a whole, it comes with everything that integrates for SBOM. So yeah, thank you, Emma.
Is that a good answer? Yeah? Okay, great. Next one.
Sorry, I think mine is also an SBOM question. I work for Alan Friedman at CISA on the SBOM team. And so I love that you mentioned SBOM as a tool for getting to know your architecture and what's in your cloud environment. So we have these community groups that talk about SBOM, and one of the groups published a paper on how SBOM applies to cloud, and they identify some ways in where SBOM falls short. So are you using SBOM for your cloud environments, and if you are, how are you using it?
Yeah, I think SBOM, I think SBOM can be used in a way that it can also monitor not just the application packages, but also the infrastructure environment as well. I think that is what I understand. So for example, infrastructure as code template, this can also be in the SBOM. You can put, I think SBOM, talking about SBOM, I mean, if we fix our mindset into the SBOM is just about, the packages, the third-party libraries, then I don't think that that's the right approach to use it. My thought about the SBOM is, in the future, the SBOM should be a repository that is a collection of what is the right templates, what is the right infrastructure templates, and that is what we want to use to enable compliance within the cloud environment. I mean, I might be wrong, but that's what I think about how we can use SBOM to achieve this. Does that answer your question or no? Sorry, I don't have anything. Sorry, I'm not that, I'm not specialized in, application security, but I'm more towards the cloud. But I think SBOM is a very good tool. So I think it can be extended to do cloud as well, to ensure the cloud environment is compliant. Any more questions?
We are unfortunately out of time, so we can definitely, if you have some time to stay afterwards, we can do that. But thank you.
I'm just trying to give you something smoky. I'll do for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
everyone. Welcome.
Or sorry, 2035, right? I think their countdown timer as of yesterday was 5 years, that we should have a quantum relevant quantum computer, a cryptographically relevant quantum computer. When I looked at their research, it was interesting. They've kind of just put it out there as a marketing, right? They've put it out there as this is the date we expect it to happen based on what we've seen in industry. And when we look at what it really takes to do quantum cryptography and cryptanalysis, we're really needing at this point about 2 million or so stable qubits. Anyone know how many we have today in the largest quantum computer? Not physical qubits. Yeah, but it's on the 56. So if you think we need to get to 2 million, right, to get to the required error correction, which is 10 to the minus 6, right, and that's really what we're looking at. It's that error correction rate that we need. And today, in the yellow, Quantinuum announced July 13th that they have the most powerful quantum computer, and it has 56 bits. So we're a little ways from 2 million, in my estimation. I'm not quite sure, but 56 to 2 million is a lot. That's a big jump. It has to be, so we have to find some exponential capabilities there, which we are doing. There's some companies working on silicon-based quantum computers and things like that. So it's coming. When we look at how many qubits is it going to take to break encryption that we have today, the existing RSA and Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithms. And when we look at the models that we've run,
we're still in the 1 to 10 million qubits, right? It's multiple qubits. It's multiple millions of qubits in order to be able to. And this research here was done by the Microsoft Quantum team, and they've run these simulations multiple times, and they continue to run the simulations. The interesting thing I found is when we look at how long it would take a quantum computer to attack AES, which is the red document or the red triangles here, you'll notice it's exponentially longer, right? I believe the dotted line there reads age of the universe. So we've got a little bit to go before AES seems to be susceptible, but that's right. It's something that we look at again. The yellow line at the bottom, July 13th, 56 qubit system, and we're a little bit. I think that's 0.000056 million for anyone who wanted to look at that. So we've got a little bit of ways to go. The challenge we really have, though, is cryptography is everywhere, right? We spread it like peanut butter on everything. And if you're allergic to peanuts, then, cocoa butter or, something else. But it's everything. It's in IoT, it's in your watch, it's in your phone, it's probably in the thermostat for this room, right? We've embedded this encryption in almost everything, but we're not really good at maintaining it, are we? Like, think of how many systems we have on the planet that are running just TLS, and how many still have, TLS versions that are deprecated. I think the last statistic from Qualys SSL Labs was there's like 7,300 systems on the that they've scanned in May that are susceptible to these vulnerabilities or vulnerabilities that are publicly known. Again, how hard is it going to be to change the root certificate authorities across the planet and to migrate them and replace all the certificates, right? This is the effort that we have to prepare for in the industry. It's not going to be easy, but it's coming. When we think about, the history of SSL and TLS, this is the timeline that we're racing against, right? When we look at how long is it going to take for us to get to 2 to 8 million qubits, it's really more of a timeline of how long is it going to take to replace all of the cryptography. And that's really the racing and why the move to post-quantum cryptography is urgent, because most of us aren't planning that quite yet. Takeaways. What can you do today to prepare for quantum cryptography? Well, since NIST has not certified FIPS 203, 4, and 5 as of today, there's really not a lot you can do in production. You can leverage those algorithms in a non-production environment. You can certainly look at those candidates, and if you want to implement them in certain ways, you certainly can. We are certainly in a place that we have to prepare for something that we can't do yet. But you can still try, and you can still implement in test and start cutting your teeth in there. Anyone have questions? So the one you came, yeah, go ahead. So the question was, is there a recommendation around, increasing key lengths and key sizes and things like that? So for RSA, yes. For AES, yes. Increasing key sizes, again, you're still at age of the universe, but right, we want to be age of the universe plus 10 maybe. But for RSA and Diffie-Hellman, not against quantum attacks because we're attacking the algorithms directly. We're not attacking the implementations. And so it's not going to make a difference. It might make it incrementally take longer, but you're measuring it in minutes and days, not in weeks and years. So the real question is, what do we think, right? What is the projection, right? We've heard, a number of places that are making advancements in quantum computing and advancements in quantum. And they are moving as fast as possible, right? Moving from superconducting down to silicon-based quantum computing will change that math and will advance things quite expeditiously. But until then, right, it's a race. Best estimates is we've got about 10 years, right? But if we go back to that SSL timeline, it's going to take us 10 years to change TLS and SSL across the planet. So it's not that we're racing against it, it's we're racing against ourselves. Attacks. Everyone loves to talk about quantum attacks, right? The harvest now, decrypt later. What are we doing about harvest now, decrypt later? The biggest one is do some attack modeling. Understand where your network traffic goes. Harvest now and decrypt later only works if I can capture your network traffic. If I can't capture your network traffic, then it's not going to work. What's not susceptible? Databases. If I steal your database, it's not susceptible to a quantum attack, assuming it's encrypted with AES. If it's encrypted, in some other way, it might be. But for the most part, we're using TLS to transmit data, not to do bulk encryption. Blockchain's the other one. Blockchain will require some changes. That's going to be an interesting changeover. A lot of companies are saying once we sign that first packet, it upgrades the whole chain. We're not quite sure if that's going to work the way we think it will. Because if I upgrade that chain, does everyone else have to be upgraded that's in that chain? So it's, again, a timing thing, things that we have to work on. You got a question?
So in most of these proposals that they base on lattice math, I think it's a mistake to base all your solutions off the same mathematics. What's your feeling on that?
So the question was, the NIST base is doing lattice, the three algorithms that are up are lattice-based math, lattice math-based algorithms. Are there, what's my opinion? Well, again, I haven't done the deep cryptanalysis. I haven't done the deep math. So if you think about it, everything we've done in cryptography is based on math, right? Is math the real solution? I'm not sure. There are other things we can do that we're working on in the future that maybe isn't math-based. Maybe it's photon or light-based doing other things. But yeah, I don't see that.
I was just speaking. I assume that we would use other mathematics. I was curious if you supported the other solutions. Like there's something called class McLeese. No one's ever proven it's breakable. So if we've got something that's been out for decades, it's not provable, it's breakable.
Right.
I would lean towards that. But the NIST contest is not leaning towards that.
Correct. Yeah, the NIST contest, their rules, were where they are, and the agencies and the public comments were what they were. But yeah, there are going to be other ways to solve that problem that we make in the future, that we find in the future. Yeah.
But the cost of quantum still being almost a legitimate nation state to have or that we might break it up, when would be available to other nation states to use?
Sure. So the question is, right now quantum is very expensive. The attack paths that we're using here are really, we're talking about nation states. And that is you can do modeling and things like that in AWS and Google and IBM and Microsoft's quantum labs today, and you can leverage that power and run simulations. But again, they're not large enough to do that at scale, and they are fairly expensive. I would expect we're talking about a 5-year life cycle for some of that to become more common. Yeah.
It seems like the hybrid approach is becoming the preferred approach with having your legacy compute being able to error correct for the quantum part. And at that point, that's really getting 15, it sounds like 3,000 is about to be
Yep.
safe. And at that point, we're getting a whole lot closer to 56 to that 2 million. It's still a lot.
Yeah. The comment was in relation to using classic computers to error correct for quantum computers. That is showing a lot of promise. It's showing a lot of insight. Whether or not they can be used in the same method to run Shor's algorithm is still a question. I haven't seen anyone run those tests yet.
So that should get our qubits up
Mhm.
considerably.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, and that's the biggest challenge with quantum is finding the error-free qubits and getting them to be able to run the algorithms the way that you expect the results to run.
And what about the energy consumption? Because we're also seeing energy consumption coming way down really quick. I mean, faster than how we
Yeah. So quantum energy consumption, again, the better we know what these supercomputers can do, and the better we use new materials. Again, silicone-based qubits are going to be a big advancement. The faster we will reach that qubit number.
So does that adjust your time?
It doesn't adjust mine, but I don't know enough about those advancements to. Yep. Yeah. Sure. So the question is, what's the implication to Bitcoin and other, other challenges with blockchain, and it becomes the question of again, if quantum computers are able to calculate those keys, then yes, there will be major implications to blockchain. Again, the race condition is how fast can we convert the existing blockchain to a new algorithm once those algorithms are available.
But it's essentially the same attack as intercepting, evade communication. This is really about intercepting authentication, identification of endpoints, or is there something inherent to the blockchain?
Yeah, so with the blockchain, the attack vector is going to be being able to calculate the keys for wallets, right? And being able to then add and remove things into that chain based on being, having that certificate or having those access to be able to calculate those keys. So it's really more of I would expect the authentication components to be at more risk there than the data. I mean, blockchain data is it's an open ledger, so there's really no data encryption there at all, right? You're really talking about the transactions and who can authorize those transactions. And the same thing would be for any other authentication that you do that's using certificates, right? Think smart cards or credit card, right? Chip and pin, right? All of those algorithms will potentially need to be evaluated for updates as well, right? Last question.
Do you have any tricks for fitting this stuff on embedded systems, like where you have a few hundred bits?
So yeah, embedded systems and older hardware will. So the question was, anything around embedded systems and things that can't take larger key sizes, and that's going to be the challenge, right? The history of our technology and the legacy, the challenge of not being able to upgrade and uplift are going to require us to do things that we aren't prepared to do, right? You're talking about network isolations and things like that, and I mean, if you think about it, protecting that network communication is probably your best bet. All right, thank you for an interactive session. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, you can find me on LinkedIn or I'll be walking around.
Good afternoon and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas. This is Common Ground and the talk is One Port to Serve Them All, Google GCP Cloud Shell Abuse, given by Hubert Lin. We have a few announcements before we begin. First, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta. Our gold sponsors, DropZone AI. It's their support, along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hubert Lin from Netscope Cell Labs. Today we're gonna talk about an abuse methodology regarding the Google GCP Cloud Shell. So let's get started. Today's agenda is like this. First, we're gonna talk about have a quick glimpse of what's a Cloud Shell, and once we have the Cloud Shell initiated, we have a quick map scan about what we found during the discovery process. And finally, we'll talk about how we abuse the findings we found to the open port we found, and what's the impact as well as the mitigation that could be countermeasured in the future. So what is a Cloud Shell? Cloud Shell is basically a web-based interface, a command line interface that can be used by the end users to manage their cloud resources or even develop their small apps to the command line interface from their web shell. And the Cloud Shell is also preloaded with a lot of utilities, especially those cloud-specific utilities from different Cloud Shell providers, such as for Google, we have G-Cloud or GSUdo pre-installed. So you don't have to worry about those tools installation. And also, they also have programming language pre-installed, so you can have your preferred programming language ready to have some development to the test inside. And one of the best things is there are a few gigabytes of persistent disk drives in your home directory. So once you have some development or some stuff you need to keep it there, it'll be persistent forever. For GCP, I think we have about 5 gigabytes of storage and maybe 1 gigabyte for AWS. So once we have the Cloud Shell instance initiated, we have a quick scan against its egress public IP, as well as its private IP. And we found that there are 2 open ports public to the internet, the 22 and the 6000. And the result is quite inconsistent compared to what we found against the private IP. From the private IP, we found that the only consistency from public or private is the OpenSSH version 8.9. That's the only consistent we found. And by observing the net states as well as the TCP dump from the SIMPAC sent from our external unmapped scanner, we can have a flow diagram like this, with the port 6000 exposed to the internet, and it will map to our internal Cloud Shell containers port 982, which will further redirect to the port 22 that's listening by the SSH daemon. Before we move on, let's take a look at another feature called the web preview. A web preview is another feature from the Cloud Shell, which is actually an HTTPS layer of a front end that points to your HTTP backend. And without the hassle of applying SSL certificate from the developer can just focus on its own app development running on the internal HTTP backend. And the other thing to be noticed is that the the web preview is not public accessible. So if you share the link above that ends with cloudshell.dev to someone else, they're not able to access this, and the Google Authenticate prompt will be displayed. Basically, it's only accessible to the user that runs the Cloud Shell, or yourself. So by adding what we found to the web preview, the diagram now could look like this. On the left-hand side, the authenticated user can access the internal HTTP service running on the Cloud Shell container through the identity-aware proxy or the IAP over the HTTPS channel. And let's take a look at how we can abuse it. From the diagram, something we can control is the blue area that's in a container. So the traffic that comes in from external 6000 and then through port 99, we can further control the packet flow through the firewall rules to abuse this feature. So on the right-hand side is the diagram of the Linux net filter, and we can control how packet flow through internal service through the pre-routing chain in the NAT tables. So with one thing in mind that in IP tables, the priority of the rules is the first match wins. So we keep in this mind that we will insert different rules that have the most wider blocks first, and then the narrowest one for in the last. So we could define 3 different CIDR blocks here, with the first one with the narrowest block, and the last one matching all the IPv4 address spaces. So after we insert in these 3 rules, we could have a different packet flow path like this. So after applying the firewall, users connecting from different CIDR blocks could have different service access, but they all through the external 6000 ports. And from the last to the bottom line path here, we could find that by going through this path, we could bypass the IIP proxy, which is some kind of abuse, the impact that can be abused. So by dumping the original official URL path that require Google authentication, we could now use a different URL that's public accessible over 6000. And if we have DNS managed, we can also make this scheme an HTTPS as well, if we can apply for TL certificate in the future. And also know that since the FQDN that ends with googleUserContent.com, it somehow give us extra immunity over someone's security controls. Regarding the impacts and mitigations, the first impact is the web preview auth bypass we earlier mentioned. So by doing so, we can expose or deliver stuff we want. For example, we could deliver malicious stuff as well as confidential stuff that's been accessible through the cloud share instance to further access your organizational data to the public or to the cloud share instance. And the second one is by adding extra SSH passkey to the folder here, we can gain control to the cloud shell to the port 6000 without the access of the web shell to the web user interface. And to the SOC server we created earlier, we can also pivot in the traffic to the cloud network, either to bypass certain restrictions or either create an indirect C2 channel to some kind of C2 servers. To further mitigate those findings, the first thing is the MFA hardening. From Google's best practice, time-based one-time password is phishable. And from my previous red team exercises, I confirmed that the TLTP is truly phishable. So the best practice will be using the hardware-based security key. And second is, we could review our access control of the Cloud Shell to see if certain group of user is really need that access or not. And from the Google Admin Console, not the Cloud Console, we can define or control this access. For example, we could configure certain OUs like this one, and then further disable their access to the Cloud Shell. And the third one is the public ports we discovered. From my standpoint, it's pretty unusual to discover two open ports to the public. So from my understanding, the Cloud Shell on AWS or Azure don't have open ports discovered. So Google's been working on that. And last but not least is the principle of least privilege. So it's always a good practice to further review if the IAM rules is overly granted or not. And Google also provides several tools such as Policy Analyzer or the Recommender. In Recommender, it will analyze your permission usage in the past 90 days, and it will give you insights about if certain permissions hasn't been used in the past 90 days. So you can revoke it or even use a lower privileged IAM rule. This is the closure timeline that I've been disclosed this abuse method to Google around late April. And they should have around more than 100 days. But current status is that they will decide if a fix is needed or not. And regarding financial award not meeting the bar, it's not my point. And in the first place, I disclosed this as a
It's not, don't worry. And I'm not telling you my birthday, don't even try. Don't even try to social engineer.
Welcome to BSides Las Vegas, Common Ground. This talk is Security for AI Basics, given by Chloe Mesdoggy. Before we begin, we'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, and our gold sponsors, Adobe and Project Circuit. It's their support, along with the other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and our audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent.
Well, thank you for the intro. How's everyone? Let's do a thumbs up if you're doing well. I know it's warm, but we're doing well? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for attending this talk, and I just want to say a big thank you to BSides Las Vegas for accepting this talk. It is always an honor to be here. Back in 2018, I actually volunteered here, and I didn't know anyone in this industry. It was pretty daunting and scary, as you could possibly imagine, but I made a bunch of friends, and they opened the doors for me. I got a job in Bug Crowd, and I ended up getting into the hacker space, all because of this conference. So I'm always so grateful. And thank you to the Vault. And next year, if you want to think of something to do, volunteer. It's an amazing experience. So we're going to go into a little adventure. And I'm going to try to make a Security for AI talk that is a 101 a little bit more exciting. I know content can be kind of dry, so we're going to have a little bit fun. To start us off, you could win a prize at the very beginning of this talk if someone can tell me what do they see in the tree. And with that, I'll give you a beautiful threat report that has basically, it's like a miniature textbook about everything that you need to know about security for AI. Does anyone see what's in the tree? This photo was taken in Oakland, California, in a little park called Lake Merritt. Does anyone see it? All right. Hummingbird? No, not a hummingbird. Any shout out if you know it, it's okay. You're correct. Congratulations, you won a report. Let's give them a hand of applause. Yes, good job. All right, so yes, this is actually a squirrel, and they have evolved. They got in a jar of Jif peanut butter. I looked in the tree, I was like, what is that? Is that a squirrel? What is it holding? It's not peanuts, it's a Jif peanut butter. It's learned, and it knows it can't get the top off, so it went from the bottom, which is easier. So intelligence. Anyway, I bring this up because you're going to hear some really, really bad jokes. And by bad jokes, I am not a comedian, but I will try today. So here is a corny joke. You guys ready for this? Why did the squirrel bring peanut butter jar to the AI lab? Because it heard the algorithms were nuts about data. Yeah, okay. So a little bit about myself. My name is Chloe Mesdoggy, and I'm the head of threat intelligence over at Hidden Layer. I'm also one of the founding members of Disclose.io and a board member for Diana Initiative, who went to Diana Initiative 2 days ago. Yeah. I'm also the advisory board member for the Election Security Research Forum. Those are my links. If you want to do me a favor, marketing from Hidden Layer would love if you could take a photo of me while I'm giving a presentation and send it to me, because I don't have someone here to do that for me. So if you can, DM me. I will figure out what to give you. All right. So we're going to do some true and false questions throughout the talk. And I wanted to make sure that no matter what your background is, that I think you would feel comfortable enough to be able to answer if it's true or false. Using what already knowledge you know, you should be able to try to figure out what could be the right response. So, first one, white box testing methods are unnecessary for assessing the security vulnerabilities of AI models because black box testing suffices. If you believe this is false, raise your hand. Congrats. You got one right so far. There's 10 of them, by the way. Not in order, though. One more. Implementing differential privacy can mitigate risk associated with data leakage in AI systems without significantly compromising model performance. If you believe this is false, raise your hand. If you believe this is true, raise your hand. It is true. You got a point. Keep track of your points, just for the heck of it, for yourself. All right, so when we think about AI or how the world sees AI, it tends to be a little bit of this, which is basically like Terminator world or end of the world situation. And yeah, I can understand the doom and the gloom here, but I also believe there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation about AI, and especially when it comes to security for AI. So one of the things that we did come out with was the threat report, which our wonderful person in the front won, the physical copy, but it is also, you can find it online, it's free. But it really helps to paint the picture. So after this talk, if you need a refresher, feel free to go and get the report. It has a lot of this in there. So we're going to talk a little bit about AI. So the thing is, AI is here. It's not going anywhere. It's like no one can use ChatGPT. We've all used ChatGPT now, and we're not going to stop using it. The thing is, it's already out there. And you know it's going to get even more so ingrained in our everyday life. It's when our smart fridge starts judging us on our midnight snacks, like another slice of anchovy pizza, Bob. But to be honest, let's be fair with one another. It's not really the pizza slice. For me, it's the anchovies on the pizza. That just doesn't seem right. Anyway, when we think about how do we secure things, are we going to be okay? We've been here before. We've been here before when it came to the cloud, when it came from PC. So we are all learning together, and we're maybe playing a little bit of a game of catch up. We did do a survey to find out, what do people think when it comes to some of the serious issues? About 77% of companies report that they did identify an incident with their AI within the past year, and that 1.7 thousand models are in use at organizations. And one of the trends that we did see in the past 2 years was when you ask a CISO, how many AI models do you have? They didn't have an answer, or their answer would be, we don't use AI, we have no AI. And then they come back like, okay, yeah, we actually do. I found out, I was never told, because let's be honest, it's always that we're in silos with one each other. Then you have the 98% of IT leaders believe that this is so incredibly important when it comes to their organization's success. I don't understand that 2% though, like, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm gonna just say that it's probably robots in disguise. I'm just putting it out there because this doesn't make sense. Anyway, so let's go talk about the risk related to the use of AI. But true or false, let's do it. So AI models can be protected against model stealing attacks by limiting the number of queries allowed to the model and by using techniques like query obfuscation. I should learn how to pronounce that pretty well. Raise your hand if you think this is true. Raise your hand if you think this is false. Raise your hand again if you think this is true. Wow, you guys, the true ones are correct. Don't worry, we're going to cover it later on. We'll all be on the same page. All right, next one. Watermarking AI models can help in identifying and proving ownership, which can prevent unauthorized usage and intellectual property theft. If you think this is false, raise your hand. If you think this is true, raise your hand. You are correct, it is true. So when we think about AI, of course, one of the concerns is harmful content creation. We're going to be afraid of what could be out there, because we also don't know what is it trained on as well. So try to think about it as AI is like giving a toddler a paintbrush and expecting it to do the Mona Lisa for us. It's just not going to happen. It's going to be messy, and sometimes it will feel like at times this is why we can't have nice things. We also have to worry about deepfakes because, I mean, do you guys remember the Joe Biden robocall that happened earlier this year? Yeah, that to me is kind of election interference in my opinion. And then you have this case of Hong Kong. Raise your hand if you read about this case in Hong Kong. All right, so this is a fun one to read about. So there was this guy at a company, it was late at night, and he thought his chief financial officer needed to jump on a call with him on Zoom to try to get 25 million paid out. So he jumps on this call, and it's a deep fake. It is so like his boss that he does not think that this could be a deep fake. And to be honest, I don't blame him. In the New York Times a few months ago, they actually came out with a quiz to test your skills out if you could tell the difference between something that is AI generated or not. And it was very common that people did not get 100% correct. I mean, deepfakes are starting to look so good that I'm actually starting to be in doubt of really if those are my Shiba Inus in my Instagram photos. Because, I mean, look at them, they're so cute. That's Sherlock, by the way, and that's Luna. Anyway, they're amazing. And they don't usually do that, by the way. They do this thing called the side-eyed, where they judge you on every little point. Now, data privacy. This is a good case with Samsung. So one of the things that is that they found that there was meeting notes and source code that was actually leaked in ChatGPT. I know about a year ago or 2 years ago, let's just say, some companies were banning employees from using ChatGPT. During this time, what employees would do is like, well, it makes my life easier and I don't want to do that. Well, I guess I'll just do it on my personal devices. So what do? They take whatever that they need to create reports or anything, they send it to them via email to their personal email address to use their personal computer to do ChatGPT on it, and then get the results and then plug it back at work. And what this happens to do is that it leaks sensitive information out. And this is why you shouldn't ban ChatGPT, because then you have these things. So the one way how I always think about like data privacy with AI, just think about that there is always going to be a possibility that a secret will come out. Just like on reality TV shows, someone's going to spill something, of course. And then you have copyright violations, where artists are like, hey, how did you train your model? I'm out of curiosity because I believe you're using my stuff. So this has been an ongoing issue because we don't know what models are trained on. It's a very much like, as a consumer, you don't know. And so that is still a rising problem that still needs to be addressed to this day. Then you have biases. I always say, and even before AI, let's be honest with one another, if you don't have diverse folks working on a product, it's not going to work for everyone. That also means that you're not going to capture all the bias out there. This is why it matters on all these fronts, but also where did you get your data from? That's so important because that can really cause so much harm to populations if we don't check these things. And just think about AI bias as like an AI deciding that anchovies belong on pizza, which is so fundamentally wrong. By the way, I'm so sorry if you like anchovies on pizza. No. I could say pineapple belongs on pizza, but I don't want to create a debate or a situation in this room by saying that, so yeah. Anyway, and then you also have to worry about ethical AI. And this was one of those cases of an AI chatbot that encouraged someone to plot to kill the queen. And the way how I always think about ethical AI, it's like trying to train your dog not to bark at the UPS delivery person. It seems impossible, but it is possible to do so. With Shibas, I don't know, it's a little bit hard. They're kind of a hard ones to figure. So let's go down now the risks faced by AI-based systems. Now I just want to say that this is where we go down a rabbit hole of some stuff. So bear with me, I'm going to try to make this as entertaining as possible. But before I do, here's some true or false questions. So the first one we got here is securing the communication channels between distributed AI components is less important than securing the AI model itself. If you believe this is false, raise your hand. Congratulations, you are correct. Next one. The use of AI-generated synthetic data in training models can eliminate the need for data security and privacy measures. If you believe this is true, raise your hand. If you believe this is false, raise your hand. Nice, I was trying to trick you there for a quick sec. Okay, So I think one of the things is that we tend to get a lot confused between what is an AI model from an AI system. So let's kind of talk about that really briefly. So an AI model is a mathematical or a computational construct designed to learn from data and make predictions or decisions based on that learning. It is the core component that processes input data, extracts patterns, and generates outputs. Now, AI systems are different. So an AI system is a complete setup that encompasses the AI model along with the necessary infrastructure and processes required to deploy, operate, and maintain the AI functionality. It includes the AI model and additional components such as data pipelines, user interfaces, and deployment mechanisms, monitoring tools, and security measures. So, just for you to know the difference between these two groups. Functionality, the AI model handles data processing and decision making, whereas the AI system ensures the model can be effectively used in the real world. And that means like the data management, the user interaction, and the system maintenance. Now, when you think about components between the two, an AI model consists of algorithms and learned parameters, while an AI system includes the model plus additional components like data pipelines, deployment environments, and user interfaces. So when we think about, well, who are these people that are trying to go after AI? Well, it's the usual three, right? It's the nation states, the competitors, and the cyber criminals. And on the side, you can see all the reasons why. They all are incredibly valid. So think about it as like your annoying neighbors that are trying to steal your Wi-Fi. You know, they're out there, they want what you got, especially your cat memes, you know? Anyway, so we're gonna go into some of the risks faced by AI systems. And that includes prompt injections, of course. We're gonna talk about prompt injections, but data poisoning and more. And it can really do feel like a bad episode of Black Mirror, but in real life. But like I said, I'm gonna try to make this entertaining as possible, but I'm also gonna try to do it like as if you're in a college session now. So let's go first down data poisoning attacks. So model training is a critical phase in developing AI solutions, where the model learns from the training data set. So malicious interference such as data poisoning can severely impact the model's reliability. Data poisoning attacks aim to manipulate the model's behavior by altering existing data or injecting doctored data. Now, AI systems using continuous learning are particularly vulnerable, as they do continually retrain on new user-supplied data, which may not be properly validated, let's be honest. So consequently, adversaries can actually introduce specific inputs to bias the model. Even a small amount of poisoned data can lead to bias or incorrect predictions if amplified by public manipulation or botnets. So think about it as you're a chef and you add too much salt to your dish. It makes it terrible. But one of my favorite examples is Tay, which launched on Twitter, well now known as X, in March 2016. Tay was this really innocent being on X, and it was so excited to meet the world. But you know, within 16 hours, users manipulated it to produce the most rude, racist, harmful content imaginable. Although this was not a coordinated attack, it still impacted Microsoft and also had threats of legal action as well. And there are definitely more data poisoning attacks. My favorite one is the artist trying to get back at GenAI by using a tool which would allow them to do some data poisoning themselves, up on the top right there. All right, now we get to go model evasion attacks. So evasion attacks is like trying to trick your teacher into thinking that you did your homework and your dog ate it. Okay, they knew you were lying, but you're trying whatever you can to try to get them to be convinced. So inference attack targets AI models after deployment, and this is either on endpoints or in the cloud. And these attacks extract sensitive information about the model or its trained data by querying the model and analyzing its outputs. Attackers only need to access to the model's predictors, usually through the UI or the API. By repetitively sending slightly varied queries, attackers can understand and potentially reconstruct the model, leading into a model bypass or even theft itself. Evasion attacks is a type of model bypass that uses adversarial examples, which is basically like inputs subtly altered to classify something with a misclassification. These modifications are often not noticeable to humans, to be honest. Such techniques are like adding invisible noise to an image, for example. And these techniques have been used to bypass spam filters, as we know of, malware detection, biometric authentication as well. And it has been used for a good number of years now, by the way. Now, I want you to imagine you're in a self-driving car. All right, you get to the stop sign, and your car, instead of just going to a complete halt, what it does, it steps 1 foot over, taking back 3 steps, y'all. 1 hop this time. If you know what I'm doing, is the cha-cha slide in heels, which is a little bit harder to do on this carpet. But imagine if your car could do the cha-cha slide because they saw a stop sign that looked like this, which has little stickers on it. True story. There was an incident where this did happen. Granted, the car didn't do a cha-cha slide, and I don't even know what a car would look like when it did cha-cha slide, but we can use all our imaginations, right? But what happened in the self-driving car was that when it saw this sign, which had these stickers on it, it decided to bypass the rules and went straight through the stop sign. Another good model evasion attack situation is the one that you see up here. So basically, these type of attacks can also target facial recognition with modified sunglasses, but also military systems through deceptive imagery, as that you see on this slide right here. And this can pose really significant risks, such as just painting fake bomber jets on the ground, apparently. So model theft attacks. So adversaries may target AI models not just to mislead them, but also to steal the models themselves. IP theft in AI involves replicating or extracting sensitive data from advanced AI solutions developed by companies. Even without public access to model details, adversary can use inference attacks through user interfaces or APIs to replicate the model or extract valuable information. Oracle attacks involve understanding the model's architecture and the parameters to create surrogate models or steal sensitive data. Now, according to NIST, raise your hand if you know about NIST. Good, I'm glad you all know about NIST. So NIST defines Oracle attacks in 3 different categories. One, you have extraction attacks. This is when you're trying to extract the model structure. You have your inversion attacks, and this is when you're reconstructing the training data. And then you have your membership inference attacks, which is trying to determine a specific sample as part of a training data. One of my favorite ones to study is the model theft attack when it came to TikTok and ChatGPT. Raise your hand if you have TikTok on your phone. Good. What? No. Why? Oh, okay. All right. You have it on a separate device without your personal stuff, hopefully? We'll just say you did. Okay. Okay, it's all right. It's okay. You'll get so nervous and paranoid after this week. Don't worry. It's going to happen. But yeah, so y'all are aware of TikTok. It's owned by ByteDance. Well, ByteDance got caught last year trying to make a replica of ChatGPT's model. And they actually called it, the code name was Project Seed, believe it or not. So when we think about model theft attacks, think about it as like you're stealing someone's Netflix account. You get the service, but without the guilt of paying. All right, let's put in some true and false in here. So, AI models that use transfer learning are less susceptible to security risks because they leverage pre-trained models. If you believe this is true, raise your hand. If you believe this is false, raise your hand. Congrats, you are correct. Next one. It is unnecessary to apply the principle of least privilege to an AI system component since they're all part of the same application and need full access. If you believe this is false, raise your hand. Congratulations, you are correct once again. So yeah, we're gonna have to talk about prompt injections. I know it's like the one thing that everyone talks about when it comes to security for AI, but we'll have to talk about it. But one way to understand it is imagine you have a roommate and they have a parrot. And you think it would be funny to teach that parrot to swear without your roommate knowing. Now let's also pretend that your roommate is hosting a Thanksgiving dinner. And he's bringing all of his friends over, his family as well. the grandma, the grandpa, everyone, and they might be going around the circle saying grace or maybe about what they're grateful for the year. But then out of nowhere, this parrot screeches like, God damn it, really, really loud. You know how embarrassing that would be in the middle of that really nice dinner? That's prompt injection. You're trying to teach it to do something that it wasn't meant to do in the first place. But I'll give you a more descriptive thing around it. So to prevent misuse, Gen AI providers implement security restrictions to filter such harmful content, to block access to illegal information, and to prevent aiding in illegal activities. These are also known as, anyone know? Guardrails. So these filters also ensure compliance with policies and laws. However, these restrictions can be bypassed using a technique called prompt injection, where specially crafted prompts trick an AI bot into performing a restricted actions. And this can lead to chatbots executing actions originally blocked by their developers, with methods varying by model type, version, and tuning. Multimodal prompt injection is a technique used to manipulate not just text, but also images, audio, and video. And by crafting specific prompts across these different modalities, attackers can actually alter the AI model's behavior, leading to unintended or harmful outputs. And this method exploits the AI ability to integrate diverse information, making it a sophisticated form of attack that poses significant challenges for ensuring the security and the integrity of AI systems. And then you have indirect prompt injections. Now, these work to manipulate an AI system's behavior by subtly altering the context or the environment, rather than directly feeding it manipulated prompts. This can actually involve changing surrounding text, modifying the data, sources, or influencing the system's inputs indirectly. And this technique is so subtle and incredibly hard to detect, which is making things incredibly challenging when it comes to securing AI. And then you got code injection, which is basically like, trying to teach Siri to prank call your boss. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. But basically, code injection, think about it as this way. So Gen AI models are typically limited to generating text, images, or sound, and cannot execute actions like running shell commands or scanning networks. However, they might generate fake outputs suggesting such actions were performed. Hidden Layer themselves discovered that some of the AI models can execute user-provided code. For an instance, Streamlit MathGPT application actually converts the prompts into Python code. This is then what happens is the model executes the answer to those math questions, of course. But the approach does allow for arbitrary code execution through prompt injection, which is one of those things that is incredibly dangerous when we're running on user-supplied code. And of course, we have to talk about supply chain attacks, because this wouldn't be a security talk without mentioning supply chain attacks. So think of it as the Trojan horse, but instead of soldiers, it's full of corrupted data. So supply chain attacks occur when a trusted vendor is compromised, leading to products with malicious components. Notable examples include SolarWinds, which caused widespread security breaches and ransomware. Anyone was in that room during that time? The SolarWinds? Yeah, well, it's okay if you don't want to raise your hand. That was scary. But anyway, these attacks exploit trust and have extensive reach, making them particularly dangerous, as you're all probably aware of. Now, the ML supply chain does involve various tools and services that do increase these type of risks. And 75% of IT leaders viewing third-party AI integrations as especially risky, organizations must adapt to security controls to address these new vulnerabilities. So think about like a supply chain attack situation is like you're expecting a very high-end music festival, maybe a Taylor Swift concert or something, but instead you end up at the Fire Festival, FYRE Festival, and you want to see that documentary either on Hulu or Netflix, raise your hand. Yeah, no, that was empty promises and chaos all over. So thing to know is that there are these specialized repos like Hugging Face, which hosts over 500,000 models that are pre-trained, which make it incredibly easy for developers to integrate these models into their applications. However, if an attacker breaches this repo, they can actually replace the models with hijacked or backdoor models versions. And this does lead to significant downstream consequences. So think about the backdoor models like a pizza with hidden anchovies. You take a bite and then you realize, oh my God, I have so much regrets with this pizza. So a skilled adversary can tamper with an AI's model algorithm to alter its predictions by injecting a specially crafted neural payload into a pre-trained model. This introduces a secret unwanted behavior known as the model backdoor, which can then be triggered by specific inputs defined by the attacker to produce a desired output. Skillfully backdoor model appears accurate with regular data, but misbehaves with inputs manipulated in a specific way known only to the adversary. And this knowledge can be sold or used to ensure favorable outcomes for customers, such as loan approvals or insurance policies. So the thing to know about machine learning model is that when it's stored, it has to be serialized into a binary form because it's so large. But many widely used serialization formats, such as torch script used by PyTorch, HDF5, which is used by Keras, and then save model, which is used by TensorFlow, are all incredibly vulnerable to arbitrary code execution. And these vulnerabilities allow adversaries to create malicious models or to hijack legitimate ones to execute malicious payloads. Hijacked models can then serve as initial access points for attackers or spread malware to downstream customers in supply chain attacks. Now, the thing to know about machine learning development, it does rely on so many tools and frameworks, many of which lack adequate security controls, which include basic authentication. And this poses a real risk for data breaches and supply chain attacks. Security has often been an afterthought. Unfortunately, let's be honest, it is very much true. We are always reactive, not proactive, which has led to vulnerabilities in so many popular ML frameworks. And recently, there was a malicious PyTorch nightly build that was compromised via the Torch Triton package, which did allow data exfiltration from affected hosts. So when you're thinking about ML tooling, security is like locking your doors but keeping the windows open. Where do you think the burglar is going to come in from? Anyway, so very, very cool. If anyone has seen any Brooklyn Nine-Nine, raise your hand. Yeah, I love that show. That's how I feel almost on a daily basis when I look at the stuff that's happening. And I know that this might be scary too, as all of us in the security space suddenly having to learn the skills like really fast. It is scary because there's not a lot out there right now when it comes to training folks. So let's go talk a little bit about the advancements and where we are and where we need to head. But I have 2 true or false questions for you. So the first one is, adversarial robustness is the only security concern that needs to be addressed for deploying AI in critical applications. If you think this is false, raise your hand. Congratulations, you are correct. Next one. Federated learning improves the security of AI systems by allowing models to be trained on decentralized data without exposing the raw data to central servers. If you think this is false, raise your hand. If you think this is true, raise your hand. You are correct. It is true. Now, offensive tooling is tools designed to be good but are often used for mischief. It's like, giving a teenager keys to your Ferrari. It's exciting, but a little potential for chaos. So there are a lot of offensive security tools that are originally for red teamers and pen testers out there, but are also being used by malicious actors. As you see on here, these are some of the ones that really stand out most of the time, but there's a lot more that are missing on this slide. But these basically help to test and improve AI security, but also can be misused to facilitate attacks, making AI vulnerabilities more accessible to adversaries. And of course, if you have your offensive tooling and frameworks and all that, now you need your defensive frameworks. So think about it as like putting your AI in a protected bubble. It's safe, but don't forget that bubble can pop. So as new AI attack tools and techniques emerge, now you have to have a defensive approach to crucial to protect the technology. In the past 2 years, actually, a lot of cybersecurity organizations and companies have developed comprehensive frameworks with security practices, strategies, and recommendations for AI, which is a great initial steps for safeguarding AI systems. But we're playing a game of catch up. And what I mean by that, there's still gaps, unfortunately, in these. But don't worry, everyone's kind of working together and trying to keep it ongoing and updating it as best as possible. Now, policies and regulations, they're kind of like the rules of Monopoly. Like, no one reads them, but everyone agrees about them, or maybe argues about them, I could say more. So AI does have a potential for harm. So it is critical for us to work together and create policies that's good. And as we know around the world, that's what is happening right now with the EU Act, which has been a little bit controversial in some ways because it is very restricted, and what has happened is that it has started to create some limitations on innovation, but also in a sense of not creating a healthy competition. So if you are a startup or a small company, it is incredibly hard to follow along and try to innovate something new. So the US has taken a different take on this, which is like, it's all about free markets, right? So it's like, we want a healthy competition. We want people to innovate. So that's why you haven't seen anything like the EU AI Act happening in the US. Instead, you have the executive order, which is about, hey, you know what would be good? Red teaming. However, there's still work to be made, such as what is red teaming in AI? Define it. What should be the scope of it? And these things are kind of missing still, but they are in conversations at this time on trying to do so. Now let's go down some predictions and recommendations. And unfortunately, I only have, these are the last 2 true or false questions. So give it all you got now, right? So securing the training data of an AI system is not as critical as securing the AI model itself. If you believe this is false, raise your hand. Excellent, good job. All right, the last one. Model inversion attacks can extract sensitive information from the outputs of AI models by exploiting the relationships learned during training. If you believe this is true, raise your hand. Congratulations, you either knew this knowledge or you paid attention in this heat. And by the way, congrats, it is hot in here. I feel for you, so thank you for staying in this room with me. So questions to always ask at the end of the day is, when it comes to AI security, what are you doing to manage your AI cyber risks? Is it enough? And you're like, yeah, I think we're good. How do you know? That now becomes a conversation where you actually have to talk to other departments and teams and hope that they will talk back, not at you, but with you. And that's where we are right now. The only way that we're going to fix this situation is to actually know how bad is our situation. How bad is our silos at our organization at this time? And no, trying to turn it off and on again is not going to count, so don't even try. IT crowd fans representing in here, hopefully. Yeah, I love IT crowd. I go watch that every single day. Okay, so here's some predictions for 2024. I think you all can read this. It's a beautiful and nice slide. But basically, in general, more AI attacks, more supply chain issues, and I'm really, really, really hoping that us in this room, in the hacker space, that we start learning these skill sets. And I know it's also kind of a fault on organizations for not helping you either. Because right now, we're all playing a game of catch-up. There aren't really any certs out there that could help bring you to where you need to be at this time. So I know that they're working on it, so do keep your eyes open. I know by beginning of next year, you'll have a lot more content to learn. But if you really want to learn more about this space, Hidden Layer does have a research portal, so you can actually learn the latest case studies that we've done and the research we've done as well. And you can actually learn the techniques of how we went about it. But I do have one more prediction, which is possibly robot cats taking over Instagram. I really wish that would happen, because that would make Instagram a little bit more exciting for me. So these are the last recommendations here, and it's by each group of the process that we have when it comes to AI. So in the design phase is simply to do your data source evaluation. Where did it come from, right? That's what we need to know. We need to know, where did our data come from? But also to know the model robustness evaluation, also where did we get our model from? Has there been any cases with this model? And in pre-deployment is to do model integrity checks, of course, and also doing security scanning to look for any vulnerabilities already in existence. But also, one of the things that's not in here is we should also be doing AI red teaming. And I know that's still being developed of what that scope should look like, and hopefully we'll have more of a definite thing for everyone, standards so we can all agree on. But last but not least, in the post-deployment is to, monitor your input and outputs, but also to ensure you have a good overall security hygiene, which shouldn't be too hard if we become more proactive. And a lot of this talk is about us becoming more proactive now, because being reactive is not going to help the situation, as we've all learned. So, regularly update and monitor your AI systems is one of the top ones. The other one is use adversarial testing. And then last but not least, educate your users and your employees of all the AI risks that exist out there. And these are the last key takeaways, which is AI is powerful but vulnerable, don't forget. I think we all kind of knew that though. Security requires constant vigilance and stay informed and be proactive, please. Now, I know I work in security and you work in security, but we trust each other, right? There's a beautiful QR scan code right here if you want to do it. But this is where you can get a copy of the report. It is free, so feel free to get the report. It is great if you ever need a summary of what this conversation was about. It goes into everything that I talked about. But last but not least, I know almost at time, and this is not relevant whatsoever, but Stanford is doing a study right now about figuring out what is going on in the workforce and are you safe? This is an incredibly important study, and I really hope that you all can take a picture of this and share it with friends or colleagues, because the more information, the more we speak up about our cases and our situations, we actually have data to do something about it. If we don't speak up, who will? Your data it will be completely private, like no one will ever know your name or anything like that will ever get out there. So I really do recommend, please pass this forward. We need this information more than ever before. I know I don't really have a lot of time for Q&A, but I just wanted to put that out there. But thank you so much for existing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for dealing with this heat. Thank you for being in Vegas for this wonderful Hacker Summer Week. And thank you for BSides once again for having me. And thank you to the volunteers for being in this room and making this such an amazing event. So thank you all for being here.
All right, we're going to open it up for questions now.
I also can take questions privately if that's more comfortable. I'm more than happy to do it outside the room or right up here. Whatever works best for y'all.
All right, thank you very much, Chloe.
Thank you.
Common Ground is going to be on break for about the next hour.
something smoky out to for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something smoky out to for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
Good afternoon and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas Common Ground. This talk is Beyond Whack-A-Mole, Scaling Vulnerability Management by Embracing Automation, given by Yotam Perkai. Told you. But first, a few announcements. First, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially Diamond sponsor Adobe and our Gold sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Blue Cat. It's their support along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you have a question, please use the microphone so that the internets can hear you. With that, here is Yotam.
Now it's working. Yeah, okay. Now we're good? Okay, cool. So hi everyone, thanks for coming. Great to be here again. Today we're basically going to talk about automating the vulnerability management process. Before we dive in, a little bit about myself. So in the last 5 years I've been at Resilient. In my last role I led the research team. Before that I worked at PayPal doing various security roles. I've been in and out vulnerability management from various kind of perspective, from a practitioner side doing automation for vulnerability management at PayPal, and then from the research side at Resilient in the last couple of years. Currently I'm working on hopefully starting a new venture. So that's kind of in a nutshell. So because we're kind of in a spooky motif at B-Sides, I thought it would be appropriate to talk about that from the Three Ghosts of Christmas kind of perspective. So we have we're gonna have a visit from the Ghost of Vulnerability Management past, the Ghost of Vulnerability Management present, and the Ghost of Vulnerability Management future. And in cybersecurity, we usually fight kind of invisible enemies. So today we're gonna summon these ghosts to help us understand kind of where we're at with vulnerability management and where we can hopefully get. So let's dive in. Let's travel back in time a bit, if you will, to the early 2000s, which is a good time. So the vulnerability landscape back then, we had very limited visibility. The scope was mainly focused around network and OS vulnerabilities. We lived in a much simpler time where most of the code that we had was code that we have written or knew intimately. And obviously it was the pre-DevOps days, so we had a lot of fears and repercussions to change management processes, and remediation was a struggle. So I actually took a time to use the Wayback Machine to look at some screenshots from 20 years ago, how the top players of today looked at the time. So this is Qualys from 2002. As you see, not much has changed, basically, and unfortunately, this is the same one. So they had 1,926 different vulnerabilities in their database, which is nice. Today we're at 260,000. As you can see, I highlighted, so we had an average of 25 vulnerabilities each week. So we'll see where we're at today, but that was back then. Rapid7, if you dare to install it with this scary looking guy, then you'll be, this is the UI that you would have seen. As you can see again, or not really see, but a lot of the vulnerabilities are kind of network-based oriented. And they say they test for over 980 vulnerabilities, different vulnerabilities, which is nice. And this is Tenable from 2003. So that's how we looked 20 years ago. Let's snap back into the present and discuss how are things looking today. So first, a lot has changed. We dress better, that's one, but software is embedded in every aspect of our lives now. Code is released much faster. We have DevOps, we have DevSecOps. Our software is not just ours, it's mainly not ours, actually. We have a lot of third-party, whether it's commercial or open source dependencies that we use. Obviously, the move to the cloud has expanded the attack surface, and it has also changed kind of the paradigm where things in the past were very static, and today things are constantly changing. Machines are going up, going down, changing IPs. Everything is much more dynamic. And obviously, attackers have not stayed put, and they are quicker at identifying and exploiting the gaps. In terms of numbers, so if we were at 25 new vulnerabilities each week, so today we're almost at 110 daily. So a lot has changed in that perspective in terms of the volumes. And I don't think it's worth, I need to mention, but security teams aren't growing 40% year over year like the operation team. So that's kind of where we're at, and this is a good visualization that demonstrates it. So if we said we had less than 2,000 vulnerabilities in the early 2000s, now we're at 260,000 with over almost 800 vulnerabilities each week being added. Obviously, we saw that even NVD in the last almost a year now can't really keep up with the space. There are a lot of problems with managing these volumes. And the thing is that as you can see in the lower kind of part of the graph, only a fraction of the vulnerabilities are ever exploited. So we're talking roughly 5%. So this is where we're at, and this trend, the gap between the blue line and the red line, isn't something that is going to stop. So it's not. This is safe to expect that this is the same trend, if not worse, that we'll see in 2030, 2035. So the gaps will only grow wider. So the landscape has changed, but the way we do vulnerability management, unfortunately, has not. We're still very reactive. The majority of organizations are still prioritizing based on CVSS scores. By the way, in raise of hands, I don't know how many of you are actually practicing vulnerability management for the best of your knowledge. How many of the companies that you work with rely solely or mostly on CVSS for prioritization, vulnerabilities? Yeah, quite a few hands, okay. So we went from fix everything, which was what was common at the time, to fix the highs and the crits, the highs and the criticals, which is progress, you could say. But unfortunately, it's not really, because as you can see, about 60% of the vulnerabilities are high and critical vulnerabilities, so it's not really a reduction in terms of the scale. It's not really scalable. It isn't effective because, as we saw, only a fraction of vulnerabilities will ever be exploited, so we're wasting our limited resources attending, triaging, fixing, remediating vulnerabilities that have little to no impact on your actual risk posture. And obviously, attackers are not relying on CVSS to choose which vulnerabilities to target. For example, so 12% of the CISA KEV are medium and low vulnerabilities. So there's that. And as I said, it's not scalable as well. So the average organization from Cynthia Institute research gets to about 10% of the vulnerability backlog in a given month. So if we have 57% of vulnerabilities that are highs and criticals, and you get to only 10% of those, then you're not really closing the gap. And I think the most important aspect is that while the go-to for prioritization is CVSS, the way that we use CVSS is basically CVSS based, the CVSS base score, and it's not really a reflection of risk because risk is multifaceted. So it has, I guess you know this formula, but it is kind of a combination of the threat, the vulnerability, and the impact. And CVSS is a measure of the vulnerability. So it's not like you can't assume that it's a good reflection of risk because it only gives you a very specific perspective. So clearly this isn't working, and I think as we saw, nothing dramatic has changed in the way that we do vulnerability management, while a lot has changed and is keep changing in our environments. So we need to think differently. We need a paradigm shift. We can't continue doing the same things and expect things to change because they won't. And this is, I think, a good kind of reflection of where we're at when it comes to vulnerability management, where we're heads down, drowning in vulns, but we're not thinking about maybe there's a more efficient way of doing things differently. Which brings us to our last visit today from the ghost of VM future. So if we try to look into the future of how kind of what's the optimistic VM scenario of the future would look like, yeah. No, I'm not sure. That I can't see, all the specifics, so I'm not sure. This is what, at least Leonardo and Dali, that's his view. This is after I don't know how many takes. There were a lot creepier images of the vulnerability management in the future. I'm giving you just a glimpse of the nice one. Anyway, so we have a scale issue, right? We have limited resources. We can't get to everything. And in order to tackle scale issues, we have basically two ways. We can either prioritize, which is what we're trying to do today, but that's one aspect. The other aspect is automation, because if we still have manual processes, and a lot of them, it's not really scalable. So I'll try to focus today on the automation aspect. And obviously, we need to move from a reactive stance that we're in today into a more proactive stance, and from gut feelings to more kind of data-driven decisions. So how does a kind of complete vulnerability management process looks like? So basically, these are the phases. So we have discovery, we have assessment, then we prioritize, we have reporting, and then we hopefully remediate, verify, and then rinse and repeat, right? So in a perfect world, each one of these aspects would be automated. In reality, some pieces are more complex to automate than others. Today, I'll mostly explore the first three parts, so the discovery, the assessment, and the prioritization. Remediation is also a big challenge, but that's a topic for a complete different kind of conversation. So in the interest of time, I won't discuss all of the aspects. So just that to give some context. So first, even before that cycle that we saw earlier, in my perspective, vulnerability management starts even before you do the discovery. So vulnerability management should start with the basics. So asset management, hardening, code debloat, getting rid of code that's not being used, which is just redundant attack surface. Removing unused components or packages from your OSs, from your images, from your applications. Obviously, regular upgrades and patches, even regardless of vulnerabilities, of end-of-life software, end-of-support software. And obviously, all of the pen testing, red teaming, breach and attack simulation aspect and tabletop exercises of actually validating your controls. So that's also an important aspect of a kind of a complete vulnerability management. Because if you would do all these things, you'll be in a much better place, much better off, and a lot less noise to start with. So that's one thing that I wanted to kind of highlight. And I think in terms of the discovery aspect, so I gave a talk last year about the second bullet, which is kind of the security tool coverage and the variance we have between the performance and the results of the different tools, the false positives, the false negatives. So I won't go too much into that, but if you want, there's again a talk from last year at Breaking Ground that I gave that kind of dives deep into that subject. Obviously, we have the software identification problem, which is a problem. It's unsolved. We know the state of CPE. There are initiatives with Perl, SWID, but this still kind of requires community effort that kind of tries to address that problem. So just as an anecdote, so you have a FTP. So it can be an FTP node package, or it can be the FTP Linux binary. So if you're based on CPE, it's for a lot of the vulnerability management tools, it's hard to make that differentiation. Then you get things that are not really there. So that's kind of that. It's a topic of its own. Feel free to take a look at the talk from last year. And I think SBOM is kind of an opportunity to address some of the issues that we discussed. So for example, all the attack surface reduction. How do I know which software I don't use? End of life, end of support, drift detection. So let's say I have Chrome in my environment and I have 100,000 hosts. So even if I plot, I have an SBOM, I can plot all of the different versions of Chrome, then I will get outliers of Chrome versions that are not updated, that I have probably a problem with the auto-update process. So these are things that an SBOM can surface. And the Pareto principle is also something important because, again, we have limited resources. Basically, we're talking about risk management. So we need to focus on the risks that are most, or the vulnerabilities, the gaps that are most impactful in terms of risk reduction. So if we, for example, plot the different packages in our environment, and there is one package that if we fix that, it will solve a huge chunk of our vulnerabilities, we're probably better off starting with that. And you can take the same kind of perspective into hosts. So we have a host that if we deal with that, it will reduce a lot of our attack surface, package, a container image, a OS image, whatever. But it's a really strong principle, and I think it's not really being utilized today in the normal kind of VM space. Obviously, surfacing tool and data coverage gaps. So if I see, once I connect data from various sources that look at the same kind of data points, so I have an SBOM that is being generated in my CI from GitHub, GitLab, Snyk, whatever, from source code, and then I have the same SBOM from my SCA, and then I have the same SBOM from my binary analysis tool. Just the differences between all these different stages in the SDLC can provide a lot of valuable insights. So maybe I have things that my vendor provided an SBOM, but I don't see them, or I see different things. Or I see things that are in my dev environment that don't make it to production because they're dev dependencies. So a lot of insight can surface from that. And obviously the main advantage is that it's machine readable. So it allows for the automation aspect that we'll discuss. So that's about the discovery. Let's kind of move on, and this is kind of the big bulk. We have the assess and prioritize kind of phases that basically it's the triage aspect of vulnerability management. And vulnerability triage is by far one of the most specific, painstaking processes in cybersecurity. Anyone who has done it for a while has the scars to show it. And I think the reason that's kind of the situation, is because a vulnerability is only relevant in context, right? So a CVE is not, you can have 1,000 instances of the same CVE in your environment, and in each place they can mean completely different things because you need context to know. So you need asset context. Is this asset exposed to the network or not? Did it have past incidents? What's the asset criticality? What's the criticality of the information that is on that asset? We need business context. So who's the owner? What's the ownership information? Am I mandated to SLAs or certain policies or regulations? The threat context. So as we discussed earlier, only a fraction of vulnerabilities will ever be exploited. So exploitability is a very strong signal. So is this vulnerability likely to be exploited? Is it already exploited in the wild? Does it have an exploit POC or not? Obviously, the vulnerability context, so all of the metadata from the vulnerability, the description, the CWE, the CPE, and where did that vulnerability surface from? Is it from a generic scan? Is it from my pen testing? Is it from my bug bounty program? So all these things matter differently. Runtime context. So is this thing even loaded? Is it actually being used? So this comes to the reachability analysis aspect. And do I have a compensating control? Do I have an EDR in place? Don't I have an EDR in place? Do I have a firewall rule? Don't I have a firewall rule? And we have the remediation context. So what's the operational risk? Do I have a fix available? Is it code that is in my control, or is it a third party that I'm reliant on someone else to fix it, and then I need to have some kind of mitigation in place? And how much effort would it cost me to remediate? Do I need to restart the machine or not? So that's all the pieces of information that you need to have in order to make a kind of an educated decision about what's important and what's less important. And again, under this playing field where we have limited resources and we can't get to anything, this is a must. And the problem is that currently all these data points are very dispersed in various sources, various security tooling. So, which leads us to basically doing it manually. So these are the challenges. Again, the data is very fragmented. We have data quality issues. We have completeness issues. We need to communicate because oftentimes we need different teams have different perspectives into these kind of pieces of context. A lot of noise, a lot of false positive, false negatives. Again, this is an entire topic of its own. And our environments are constantly changing. So it's not like in 2002 where we had a rack and a server which was there unless you updated the firmware. It stayed like that. Like we're living in a much more dynamic environment, and vulnerability management hasn't really kept up with that pace. And ultimately, we need context. Again, vulnerability isn't relevant without, out of context. So these are kind of the problems, but we're optimistic here, right? We're talking about the utopian future. So I'll try to touch upon various points that I think are potential for changing kind of the current status quo. So the Transparency Exchange API, CSAF, VEX, and kind of attestations that go with it, SSVC, and the word that is spoken too much in our conferences lately, but I won't. Anyway, I won't go in too much into that because I think even without AI, we can still do much better than we do today. So let's start. Transparency Exchange API, or T. So basically, it's a standard format agnostic API for exchanging kind of supply chain transparency artifacts between systems. It's a CycloneDX kind of community project. And it aims to kind of standardize that API as a standard, as an ECMA standard. So it's fairly early days in the work. You're welcome to, by the way, check out the working group. I posted a link, I have references in the end with a link to the GitHub page. The elements that it currently under scope is XBOM, so not only SBOM, but only hardware bomb, cryptography bomb, AI bomb, SAS bomb, etc. CycloneDX attestations, VDRs, so vulnerability disclosure reports, VEX that we'll dive deeper into, and common lifecycle enumeration, so all of the aspects of the evolvement of the product lifetime, so end of life, end of support, mergers and acquisitions, all that kind of information is also kind of in scope. And this is, again, once you have a way to exchange these kind of artifacts between different tools in a machine-readable way, that has a lot of potential, and I'll show how it becomes more practical in a minute. So that's one. Next, we have CSAF, which is the Common Security Advisory Framework. How many are familiar with CSAF, just in a raise of hands? So we have a few, but not enough. Okay, great. So basically, CSAF is a machine-readable security advisory. That's the aim. So if today it's an OASIS standard, that's who's driving the project. So if today a security advisory, it can be a PDF, it can be a text file, it can be an HTML file, it can be an XML format. Basically, it depends on the vendor. CSAF aims to automate it in a way that is A, discoverable, so you know where you can find that resources and ingest it. And 2, machine readable. So basically, and it has also a VEX profile. And again, I'll explain VEX shortly in more detail. So basically, we want to go from this into this, which you don't see very clearly, so I'll try to zoom in, but basically it's a JSON. So it allows you to communicate changes or updates in the advisory over time in a way that is, again, machine readable and can be consumed by machines or tools, which is it's huge. Okay, so here you can see an example. I'm not sure how well you can see the text, but for example, you have a snippet that said, okay, fixed software. Cisco has released free update server software updates that address the vulnerability described in this advisory. And then you have a couple of other updates about the vulnerability that, for example, this vulnerability affects Cisco devices that are running a vulnerable release of Cisco iOS or IDSXC software, blah, 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 and install a specific client feature. And then the last one, it's a kind of exploitation update then that Cisco is aware that this thing is actually being exploited in the wild. And there are a lot of vendors, big vendors, that are already utilizing and generating CSAF, so Cisco, Red Hat, Siemens, Oracle, and more. But it's still not enough, obviously, but it's a good start. But I think that this is something that, again, if we want to get to a point where we automate this process, CSAF or a CSAF-like thing is a must. So now you have software that you can potentially automate the consumption aspect of security advisories. So that's, yeah, which is what is written here. Okay, nice. But why stop here? So let's dive into the next kind of aspect, which is VEX, the Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange. Hopefully more people know that one. Can I get kind of a raise of hands just to get a feeling of the, not many more, okay. Or not okay, but okay, so what's VEX? Basically, it lets you know a way to communicate whether a product is or isn't affected by a vulnerability X in a machine-readable way. Again, we're all about machine readability and automation. So is a vulnerability exploitable? And it has several flavors, which isn't good. This kind of, it's not a lot of different standards, but that's kind of the realm, and I'll try to explain the differences between each one. So we have the CSAF VEX profile, as I discussed. We have Cyclone DX VEX, we have SPDX VEX, we have OpenVEX, which is kind of a lightweight version, and we have CSAF VEX, which tries to be a more kind of encompassing, kind of general kind of guidance into the format. But basically, it allows you to handle false positives. From a vendor perspective, it lets you save money on support because you can say, okay, I'm Cisco, I'm Intel. I'll let you know whether a specific vulnerability is relevant for my router in version whatever. So you don't have to send me an email or open a ticket or call my phone center. So it reduces a lot of that burden. But personally, again, this is kind of my perspective, I think the strength of VEX isn't from the vendor side. It's important from the vendor side, but the real potential is actually from the consumer side, and I'll try to explain why. Also, it can be either embedded within an SBOM, but it can also be detached. It's not a must. So it's also something that I think is worth mentioning. And there are several flavors, but the principle is the same. So I'll try to kind of touch on the different aspects. So VEX basically lets you set a status for vulnerability. So whether it's affected, not affected. This is for CISA, SPDX, and OpenVEX. I'll show what the difference in the different formats. But either it's affected, not affected, fixed, or under investigation. And then you can, if it's not affected, then you need to provide a justification. So why is it not affected? And in CSAF, it's a bit different. CSAF tries to look at it from a kind of product perspective. so not a specific CVE. So then you can specify which are the first version that was affected, when it was first fixed. It's kind of an enum, right? Like a list. So what are the known affected versions or not affected version? When it was last affected, what's the recommended fix, etc. So that's kind of in the CSAF format of VEX. And then in CycloneDX, it's called states. So you can say whether something is resolved with pedigree, which basically means that is remediated, and you have evidence provided that you can verify about the fix. So a commit hash or a diff between the unfixed version and the fixed version. So that's kind of it. Is it exploitable or not? In triage, so it's kind of like the under investigation that we saw earlier, false positive or not affected. And if it's not affected, again, you have to provide the justification for why it's not affected. So again, it's not very different. The concept is the same. And the justification in the kind of CISA, SPDX, OpenVex, and CISAF world are these 5, which is component not present. Inline mitigations already exist. Vulnerable code cannot be controlled by an adversary, or vulnerable code is not in execute path. So this comes down to the reachability aspect. And vulnerable code not present. So I have vulnerability in a specific library, and in a given product, that library doesn't exist, or a specific function, or whatever. And then just the justification for CycloneDX are a bit more, there are 9, not 5. So but again, pretty similar, but you have like required by the environment, protected by compiler, protected at perimeter, or protected by mitigating control. So it's, again, a bit different. But I think we should look at the bigger picture. Like the specifics are less important, so much as the fact that now you have a way that you can communicate exploitability status and filter out noise. And again, if we look at it from the consumer side, the security tooling side, it allows you to have a machine-readable way to communicate the exploitability status. And I'll show why I think the consumer side is the kicker here. But I will say that you might ask, okay, how do we trust this thing? And like, who issues the VEX? It's also kind of a topic for discussion. We can talk about it later if we have time. But then I'll just say briefly that this is where kind of attestations kick in. So you can have attestations. You can have, to the justification, you can have metadata that says, okay, who determined it? Whether it's a human analyst or it's a security tool or et cetera. So. But again, that's kind of technicalities. So how does this help? How does a process like this look like? So let's say we have a new RC vulnerability in a library. Let's call it FOG2K. I don't know. And then it's exploitable only via the network and under a specific configuration. Okay, that's the vulnerability. It's very common. Everyone has it. So this is kind of in the world with CSAF and VEX. This is how kind of the triage process looks like. So first you can query your SBOM, and then you see that you have. Maybe I'll do it here. You can still hear me fine? Good. So you query your SBOM. You say, okay, I have 80 instances of that vulnerability present in proprietary third-party open source code. Okay, so we know now we have a CSAF. So I can query and see the security advisory, and let's say you don't see because of the full screen, but it says. So I can issue a VEX, in the CSAF, we have a VEX profile that says the vulnerable code is not present. So, okay, vulnerable code not present, not exploitable. I have a VEX, it's machine readable, great. So what about the other 16 instances which are not, I couldn't find CSAF because, again, it's not, I don't know, the vendor didn't provide it, whatever. So now we go to the next phase. Let's say I have a reachability analysis tool that can tell me whether something is reachable or not. Is it being used? And then we see, okay, let's say we have 8 of the instances out of the 16 are reachable, but 8 are not. So, okay, if they're not, let's issue a VEX statement and say vulnerable code is not in execute path. So we got rid of that as well. And then, okay, for the other 8, maybe I have a network tool that can tell me that the vulnerability is only exploited via the network, right? We know that. So if it's protected, it's not exposed to the internet, then it's not relevant as well. So then we issue a VEX statement with the justification that the vulnerable code cannot be controlled by an adversary. So that's that. Okay, fixed 80 to 0, nice. What about the other 20 in our proprietary code? So again, we have the reachability analysis. Let's query that. OK, we have 15 that are not reachable, not in use. Great. Again, vulnerable code, not in execute path. We are only left with 5. Again, we have our network tool that can tell us whether it's reachable or not. Let's query that. We know that there's one instance that is not network facing. Great. Again, vulnerable code cannot be controlled by an adversary. So we're left with, out of 100, with 4. And we take that 4, and maybe we have an application configuration. Again, this is only exploitable under a specific condition. So whether this is a human analyst that only has to triage 4 instances instead of 100, that's good. But if you have a security tool with visibility into the configuration that you can query, then you can automate that aspect as well. And let's say that 3 are not exploitable because they don't use that specific configuration. So again, you issue a VEX statement, vulnerable code cannot be controlled by an adversary. So you're left with 1. This is the only one you need to address. And all of this is automatic, like the entire triage process. So all the false positives of the world, again, it's not all of I wish, but again, you can filter out a lot of the noise. So this is kind of the strength, the way I see it with CSAF and VEX, hopefully in the future, hopefully not too far away. And then, OK, what about, so this is one example, maybe a bit optimistic, but we have another layer, which is also something that I really strongly believe in, SSVC, which is the stakeholder-specific vulnerability categorization. Again, kind of raise of hands, so I know where we're at. OK, none. OK, good, or not good. But basically, it's a methodology for prioritizing vulnerability based on the needs of specific stakeholders, because different stakeholders have different perspective, different needs, and different risk appetite, different way that they make decisions in terms of risk. It's a transparent way. Basically, it's a decision tree. I'll show it in a bit. It's explainable. It's modular. You can change it like anyway, we'll see it. And most importantly, it can take into account multiple facets of risk. So if we go back to the early part of the talk. So how does that look like? So this is, again, like a specific example. So we have, again, it's a decision tree. So let's say that the first kind of layer in the tree is the exploitation, like the threat context. So in this case, I take into account CISA-KEV, EPSS, threat intelligence to know, OK, how likely is this vulnerability to be exploited? So if I have active exploitation, that's one thing. Maybe it's highly likely to be exploited. Maybe it's not likely. And again, like the decision nodes are less relevant than the concept. So OK, let's say that if I have active exploitation, obviously, then it's one thing. OK, so the next kind of phase in the tree, let's take the vulnerability context that we know. So let's say we want to see if the vulnerability is automatable. What is automatable? It's the attack vector is from the network. It doesn't require any privileges or no authentication. So that's obviously, if it is, that's something that is more important than, for me, again, it's a metaphoric discussion, but I decide that for me it's more important than if it's not, then OK, we get here. And now what's the impact? So now I can take into account various aspects like my asset criticality, data exposure, would I need downtime, what's the financial loss, et cetera, et cetera. So I make this decision, and now if the impact is high, I act now. If it's medium, I act now. If it's low, maybe I keep track and get to it after I finish all the act, right? So this is kind of the tree, and you can see as you go right, basically you get to things that you're tracking, but they are far less important. So if exploitation is not likely, and it's not automatable, and the impact is low, or even if it's high, but again, the exploitation is not likely because you have no indication, low EPSS score, hard to exploit vulnerability, basically all of the decision points that we took in the past, then maybe I don't need to treat it now. So if I have unlimited resources, sure, I'll get to it. But I need to start somewhere. Again, it's the same kind of, the playing field is this. I have limited resources, and I need to decide where do I put those in action. So let's try kind of to put it all together. So this is how I kind of envision it. So you have the scan results. And then you have CSEF and VEX that can kind of take away all of the things that are not relevant deterministically because you have context. And again, I will caveat and say that it's not exploitable in a single point in time because our environments are dynamic. It has to be something continuous. So maybe something isn't loaded today, it will be loaded tomorrow. Something is not in use today, it will be in use tomorrow. A configuration isn't there today, it will be there tomorrow. So, but again, this is where like the security tooling have the capability, hopefully, if they are applied correctly. Again, we come back to the basics and we have the coverage and we have all these aspects that we talked initially to provide as insight. And then, okay, all of the things that I'm not sure about, then I can, again, we come back to the risk management aspect and I can take the SSVC model, which is basically, again, a decision tree. The same logic that you apply to decide whether to treat something or not, let's formulate it, let's communicate it internally, externally. This is how we manage risk here. And then I'm left with the most impactful vulnerabilities. And then you start here and work your way up. So that's the way that I see the future of vulnerability management and how I think we can move away from this kind of whack-a-mole reactive stance that we're in now. So I'll say the future is already here. A lot of these things aren't science fiction. They are obviously in work, still a lot to go, but some of the things are already here. So the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. This paradigm shift is inevitable. Like if you don't feel the pain today, you'll feel it tomorrow. If you don't feel it tomorrow, you'll feel it in air. And NVD is certainly feeling it today or for a few months now. So something has to change. And I will say start thinking about how do you define risk in your organization. This process alone is super valuable. And you can start simple. It doesn't have to be all the things. Even a decision tree with 2 nodes is it's something. And again, this is something that I can't stress enough. In order to effectively manage the risk, you have to take into account a lot of sources of context, but basically various aspects of risk. So yeah, we've traveled through time. We saw the ghost of the past, the promise of the future. So hopefully we'll get to a future where we're not afraid of ghosts or vulnerabilities. And I will say, again, people often expect, want like a single number. Tell me how to prioritize. I want the CVSS score. Is it a 9? Is it a 5? It's nice. It's not realistic. Risk is much more complex than that. And I think the key is how do we model that complexity into our automatic processes? And how do we integrate these different sources of context which we have into a decision? Yeah, that's it for me. If you have any questions, I would love to take them. If anyone's interested in this is a topic I'm very passionate about. I love talking about. So feel free to reach out, whether it's on LinkedIn, Twitter, or in person. Would like to discuss this further. Yeah, thank you all.
We do have a few minutes for a couple of questions.
Yeah, and sure, these are references also if you want to take a picture for some of the things that I talked about.
So just go ahead and raise your hand and I'll pass you the mic.
I have a question if no one else.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is cool. And I agree this is the inevitable future.
Yeah.
I can't talk. But today, when I have vulnerabilities, I have an auditor that tells me what I have to fix.
Mm-hmm.
How do we convince the auditors that this is something we need to do?
That's a great question. I think that is key because I can have a crystal ball. I have it actually now, but I'm not using it because even if I tell you what are the 3 vulnerabilities out of the 100,000 that will be exploited in your environment by an adversary tomorrow, then your auditor will tell you, okay, but you still need to patch everything CVSS 4 and above. Yep. So that disconnect is something that has to change. So this is something that I'm very passionate about. I think we talked about it. I think what gives me a sliver of hope is that most auditors don't say fix everything anymore. That used to be the case. So things can change. It will take time. I think the data-driven approach, the explainability, the evidence, that is something that is crucial in order to convince the auditor. And I think this is something that as a community we must work together to change, because otherwise we can have, I can talk my breath out about it and nothing will ever change. So yeah.
It goes beyond auditors. It's compliance for government regulations that you have to comply with government regulations.
So hopefully, like, again, the trend won't change. Eventually, the chips will fall. Like, it's inevitable. I think we need to make sure that it happens sooner rather than later, and we need to drive that change because, again, this is the only way I see to get on top of this thing. So.
Thanks for bringing up the awareness.
Yeah, sure, my pleasure. Cool.
Well,
thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. good afternoon, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas Common Ground. This talk is Introduction to Software-Defined Radio for Offensive and Defensive Operations, given by Gray Fox. A few announcements before we begin. First, we'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe, and our gold sponsors Toyota and PlexTrack. It's with their support, along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. And now, Gray Fox.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thanks for the introduction. I appreciate that. It is 6 o'clock on a Wednesday before DEF CON. I'm surprised anybody is here. You all should be taking your naps while you have it. You all should be hydrating while you can, so thank you for sitting through this. Who here is familiar with software-defined radio, even to a basic degree? Show of hands. All right, good. Good stuff. If I mess something up or if there's something better I could do, please come find me after and let me know. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing here, I'm trying to recreate with commercial off-the-shelf equipment that I would have used very expensive military equipment to do. So it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be one-to-one. But we're going to do our best. So what we're going to talk about essentially is just a very foundational introduction to SDR. For those who didn't raise your hand, this is more for you than anyone else. But for those who did raise your hands, this is going to be something where maybe I give you a slightly different idea about what you can use your SDRs for. And we're going to focus on tactical things, which, you know, everyone likes tactical stuff, you know, but the reality is anything that's tactical in the world, you could translate to more mundane things. Just listening to the radio, if it's an FM broadcast, listening to your favorite song or whatever, well, you can mess with your SDR to listen to the local Chick-fil-A, which my local Chick-fil-A operates on FRS channel 20. If they get my order wrong, I know before they do. But it's going to be more application than theory. If you're looking for theory, you know, I can Google that for you. You know, but the fact is, I'd rather show you how to do stuff. I don't know very many other talks that do live demos, but I'm going to try these live demos here, and hopefully the live demo gods, which today is Poseidon, is going to favor me on this one. This is not going to be comprehensive, and I think we've already covered that. I have about 40 minutes worth of stuff. If I had an hour, 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours, we can get into some really heavy, nasty stuff. You know, but for now, we're just going to deal with some of the basics. I don't want it to be complicated either. I want this to be something you can go home and do yourself. If things get a little bit too complicated, I apologize. Again, I only have 40 minutes, but feel free to find me and I will walk you through it. We can spend as much time as you like. And also, and I mentioned this before, radio is not an exact science. It's fantastic and I love it, but it's going to mess with you when it can. Murphy's Law definitely applies here. So if my demos fail, I'm sorry, the demo failed, it happens. But hey, you know, it's a live demo. Things aren't always going to go right. A little bit about me. I'm former Air Force. I just retired a few months ago. The stick up my butt is still taking its time to dissolve, but you know, eventually I will reach civilian life. I started to grow my hair out. That's cool, right? I'm still not embracing beard life. I don't know if I could do that yet. We'll see what happens. But I was basically an intelligence analyst for a very long time. And when you're an intel analyst, you get into signals intelligence, human intelligence, instrumentation intelligence, all these things. Well, all of it is defined by signals. So it was inevitable that I was going to get into radio, both for defensive and offensive purposes, even if I wasn't specifically a radio guy. The last 5 years of my career, I did special operations with offensive and defensive cyber. And many of our enemies would converge their radio technology with cyber technology. So we were looking at a lot of digital mobile radio. We were looking at a lot of digital modes for HF. We were looking at Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all kinds of other IoT protocols that were sort of hijacked and used for tactical purposes. And that's where a lot of this is coming from. Also, yeah, I don't like long walks on the beach. I never have. Just not a beach guy. I've had enough sand in my life. Not going to do it. So software-defined radio, and I put here in a very, very small nutshell, but it's kind of impossible to do that. It's impossible to really define, you know, SDR in just a few sentences. But essentially what you're looking at is, if I pick up a radio like this, you'll know what this is. It's something that has a speaker, it has a bunch of numbers on it, it has a liquid crystal display, you can talk into it, you could hear other people talking back to you. A software-defined radio is all of this without the buttons, without the display, without the speakers, without the antenna, without anything that you would look at and think of as a radio. It's just a radio on a chip. Your computer is what's going to become all the buttons, all the displays, and all the speakers. So that's what's cool about a software-defined radio. It's versatile. You have one little thing, one little chipset that's going to take sounds and it's going to modulate it, demodulate it from, you know, whatever airwaves, electrons at whatever frequency, and then it's completely up to you and the applications that you're using on your computer to do something with that. And that makes it way more versatile than this. This is a one-trick pony. Transmit and receive, that's it. Software-defined radio, I can do all kinds of stuff, and we're just going to scratch the surface. We are going to use an RTL SDR. This is probably something like a $30 software-defined radio dongle. You can get it off of Amazon. Be careful, there are imitations out there. But if you go to rtlsdr.com, they will show you pictures of what a legit one looks like. And then you can pick it up and you can do all kinds of really neat stuff with it. They're receive only, but they have a pretty wide range that they can receive in. Obviously, it requires a computer interface because that's what we're doing. It's software-defined radio. But it's just a lot of fun, and the barrier to entry to be able to use this and do all the cool things that we can do is really, really low. Next, we're going to use a HackRF. The HackRF obviously is way more expensive, but that's because it has a lot more features. It can send and receive, not just receive. And we're going to demonstrate that when I do some of my neat sending techniques. But you can do a whole lot of really great stuff with the HackRF. It's just a matter of making sure you update the firmware and also making sure where you buy it from. You can get it off of a whole bunch of different sites where it's going to be drop shipped from wherever. Fine, as soon as you get it, make sure you flash the firmware, get the latest Mayhem firmware or something to make sure that it's legit. But if you get it from something like Great Scott Gadgets or you get it from Hack5 or something, it's already going to have everything flashed for you, but you're paying a premium for that. And then we're going to use the Flipper Zero. I bet none of you guys have ever heard of this. No, it's a brand new thing. I mean, I just kind of found it somewhere. Yeah, only I really know about it. It's nuts. It's amazing I got through the airport with this stuff. Like all of these things. The Flipper Zero was the least of my worries. I was afraid somebody at TSA was going to recognize a HackRF and be like, sir, you can't bring that on the plane. No, nothing. They stared at my shoes more than they did at my bag, so I was lucky. So for software, what we're going to use is Windows 10. Windows is perfectly fine. It's a perfectly good platform for using the applications we want to use. Some people prefer Linux. I prefer Linux. But for those of you that are just getting into this, I would probably venture to guess that you may be Windows users. If you're a Linux user, great, good on you. Continue to be who you are. If you're a Windows user, you don't have to change. You don't have to become a Linux snob. You can do all this with Windows. Most of the stuff you can use on Linux, you can also use on a Mac because it's a NIX kind of system. So all the software that I'm going to be demonstrating today, you're probably going to be able to use on whatever kind of operating system that you like. We'll use SDR Angel. SDR Angel is freeware. It's open source. You can download it and you can install it. I'm going to show you how to set it up. Dump 1090 is another one that I like. This is how you pick up ADSB signals. This is not the same as aircraft transponder frequencies, but it's similar to it. And they call it Dump 1090 because you're picking up packets at 1090 megahertz and you're dumping it into an interface. Virtual Radar Server is the user interface that's going to manifest everything I collect from Dump 1090. And we're going to demonstrate that, hopefully. I use Momentum firmware on my Flipper Zero. I used to use Extreme, but they had some politics, and Extreme firmware is now defunct, so I use Momentum. Other people might use something else, that's fine. Everything we're doing will even work with the stock firmware. So don't worry about trying to copy what I got if you don't want to go through that pain. And for the HackRF, what I'm using is version 2023.01 Mayhem firmware. You can get later versions if you want to. Everything that I've done with this version, and I feel like if I flash it and upgrade it, it would break everything. So for now, I'm sticking with this. It doesn't mean follow my lead and downgrade everything. Yes, definitely patch, use the latest firmware, but this is what works for me now. So the first thing I want to demo is how to set up SDR Angel. I would do it live, but instead I made this recording, and I'm just going to follow the recording. So when you open it, you get this blank interface, but the first thing you do is you go to these icons that are up in the upper left, and you pick your receiver. My receiver is an RTL SDR. As soon as you have that manifested, you go to your add-ons. If you want to listen to regular FM broadcast, you can pick a wideband FM demodulator. If you want to listen to things in the IoT space or sub-gigahertz, you pick a narrow band FM demodulator. You want to listen to pagers, you can pick the POXAG demodulator. You want to listen to telegraphy, you can pick a demodulator for that. It's pretty cool. You have a whole lot of different options. Next thing you do is pick a transmitter if you have a transmitter. I'm picking the HAC RF, and now that I have the HAC RF, I need to know, well, what am I going to transmit? In this case, I'm transmitting narrowband FM because I'm going to be transmitting in the 400 megahertz space, so that's what I'm picking. So I went from a blank screen to this really pretty cool looking thing. It took me, I'm not going to lie, probably a good month and a half to learn how to use this program because it is not intuitive. There are more intuitive applications out there for software-defined radio, but this one I like because I can have a receiver and a transmitter at the same time. And a lot of the stuff we're going to do is going to require that. And so this is the finished product. This is what it's going to look like. And if you can follow my mouse, up here you're going to see what the frequencies look like. You're going to see like the histogram. Down here you're going to see something called a waterfall. It's going to be a bunch of blue color that's going to be coming down, and then you'll see some red, some orange, some yellow, maybe some green. The brighter and hotter the color, then the higher the amplitude of the frequency that you're seeing, or the power of the frequency. And so if you record that stuff, and this is something that we used to do, we used to send an SDR out on a plane into the middle of nowhere where we thought the adversaries were operating. We would set it up, and we would have it run, and we would have it record something exactly like this, playing with the waterfall. And then when we were finished, we'd retrieve those data, and then somebody would take that waterfall that you're going to see, and they would put it on like 50 times play speed, 100 times play speed, and they would identify those hotspots, those changes in color, and they would correlate that with the frequency, and then we'd be able to analyze the frequency to see what is going on in that space. We call that electronic preparation of the battle space, IPB. When those data come to me, then I take a look at the frequencies and I try to check all the reporting to see who's operating or what's operating. Now I'm doing it continuously. They will triangulate you. They will find you. They will report you. And it may not be the FCC if you're interfering with government, federal, or state level equipment. It may be the FBI. So just be careful when you're dealing with these things. Let's talk about signal analysis. There's a way that you do this. If you pick up a key fob or a remote control, anything that's supposed to have some kind of capability to transmit, it'll have an FCC ID. You can look this up on the FCC's website. When you look up that ID, you'll find the operating frequency, you'll find a whole bunch of different engineering and technical information about it. You can do a lot of this stuff yourself. If the FCC ID isn't giving you what you need, you can use some equipment like what I showed you to demodulate a signal, and you can figure it out. Well, what is this? Is this digital mobile radio? Is this a satellite signal? Is this encrypted, or is it just, encoded into something? Is it video? Is it audio? Is it Morse code? It's demodulation it's a crapshoot, but eventually you learn to look at that waterfall and you can identify what the signal is just by what it looks like visually. Sometimes it's a lot simpler than that. You look at something, it's a big fat red and yellow bit inside of your waterfall. You go and you point to it and you start hearing people talking. Okay, I know what that is. It's audio. Sometimes it is that simple. Other times it could be some weird protocol that no one's ever heard of that's proprietary. And then you got your work cut out for you. I decided to start with these alarms. They're available on Amazon. They're very cheap. I bought a bunch of them because I like to install them on cabinets or doors or whatever. If I'm traveling somewhere and I'm going to be away, but I want to have some kind of like an audio deterrent for robbers, I'll put this on a door, like a hotel door, whatever. If the magnets of this unit get more than a centimeter apart, it'll be loud. It'll be as loud as this. I have this inside of a Pelican case. If I took it out, it would be so loud that everybody would hear it. It's a pretty good deterrent. I like it. I got this, and I'm like, you know what, let's play with it. Let's try to figure out what's going on. It has no encryption. It's got no rolling codes. It's nothing. I can play around with this, and I can do all kinds of really neat demos, right? Now, as soon as I opened it up, all I found was what I expected to find from something that is mass-produced and drop-shipped. No FCC ID, nothing. I had nothing to go on. So I had to go, and I had to manually get a spectrum analyzer, something like this, and I had to keep on pushing this button, keep on pushing it, keep on pushing it, and keep on looking at my waterfall to see when the heat map was going to change. And so I eventually did that, and I used a flipper 0 to do it. So now we're going to demo a signal replay. Signal replays are pretty good. Normally I would do this live. I still actually might do this live, I don't know. But essentially what you're doing is, and this is QFlipper. QFlipper is a graphic user interface that you can use for your Flipper 0. I'm using the stock sub-gigahertz, or actually in this case it's momentum, but it's the same as a stock. You can go to read raw, and if you program in the frequencies correctly, you can play that frequency and you could record it. So that's what I'm doing over here. Now I'm going to stop it there because now you know what the basics are, but I would rather demo it for you because I think that's way better. So here we go. This is me live. Going into start, going into sub-gigahertz. And now I'm going to read a raw signal. This is that signal. This is going to be the unlock code for that alarm. Everybody hears that? I'm going to read it. Why isn't, there it goes. There you go, there it is picking it up. I'm going to move it a little bit closer. It's picking it up even better. I'm going to move it far away. And it's picking it up about the same. But that's basically it. Now I'm replaying it. Flipper 0 was able to record it, no sweat, and then replay it. That's how much no encryption and no encoding this thing has. So it's a whole lot of fun to play with. Now moving right along, some of you are probably already thinking this, but if you can record a signal and play it back, then can you possibly DOS a signal like that? And the answer is yes. I'll let your mind run wild with the tactical implications of something like this, but while it's running wild, we're going to do a demo. So I'm going to go back to SDR Angel. I'm going to turn it on. Now I'm going to use my HackRF, the Flipper 0, and the SDR Angel. And my target device is going to be this same alarm. So as soon as I get this started, I'm going to play the RTL SDR. Here, sometimes it's got to be refreshed, so I'm going to do that. All right, refresh. All right, here you go. Play that signal. It reset to 435. That's why you didn't see anything. Let's get that back. 433.92. There it is. God, that's an ugly signal. But anyway, now I'm going to generate that same signal with my HackRF. I'm going to show you just how little power it takes to disable an alarm like this. Why would you want to disable an alarm like this? I don't know. I'm not going to say it. Don't make me say it. There you go. Now you see the signal. You see that it's a little bit off. That's because radio is not an exact science, but we're still going to work with it anyway. Now I am generating that signal, so if I play this, the signal is not strong enough to interfere, so you still hear it. But what if I amplified it a little bit? That's not working either. What if I gave it a little bit more horsepower? Uh-oh. Let's dial that down just a little bit. You can still see the signal from the key fob, or the alarm fob, but it's just not reaching the unit. Dumb it down a little more. A little more. There we go. So we kind of found our power threshold. I can sit here and like have you guys give me wild guesses on how this could be useful to an adversary. You know, let's say that I wanted to disable transmission capabilities for key fobs for a parking lot for a US embassy somewhere. Or maybe the US does that to a foreign adversary embassy. Maybe there's critical infrastructure somewhere that we want to disable. Maybe there's a communications network we want to disable. This is jamming. This is denial of service. And this is how we do it. I was just able to disable an alarm. It took a little bit of work, but I did it. Not every alarm is that unsophisticated, but with the right know-how, you can do the same exact thing. All right. Let's stop these because somebody somewhere is having trouble with their pacemaker, and I don't want any of that shade on me. So I'm going to demonstrate this now with a car. Modern cars, maybe not, because some of them use frequency hopping, but old cars, most definitely. So this is me doing the same exact thing, and I'm disabling the capability of me being able to unlock this Tacoma. So you see the lights are going, and you see the waterfall is registering. You can see the signal over there. Now, as soon as I turn that signal up, so I generate the DOS signal from the HackRF, and then you can see that I'm turning up the power just a little bit. And now I'm pushing the button, and you see no lights, nothing is happening. I just DOSed the car, I DOSed that key fob. Really unsophisticated kind of attack, but it's something that you can do in somebody's driveway to mess with them. Yeah, haha, funny. Don't do it to a cop, don't do it to the local sheriff, ask me how I know. But yeah, that's basically it. So, now that we've seen what a Flipper Zero, what an RTL SDR can do, what a HackRF can do, there are a lot more possibilities. If I wanted to have wideband spectrum analysis because I was doing some EPB or I was doing some IPB, I can get something like a tiny SA Ultra, which gives me a much wider field, a much wider waterfall than any of this software would be able to do. Then I would be able to like take from like say 300 megahertz up to 800 megahertz and just look at that and see where the spikes are, and then I'd be able to drill down. If I wanted to do direction finding, there's an SDR for that. The Kraken SDR has anywhere between, depending on the model, anywhere between 5 and 6 different antenna ports, and if you position these antennas all along a line and you receive a signal, then you can basically direction find via, for your eyes it'd be parallax, but via antennas it's triangulation where the signal source is coming from. Professionals use this to find signals. It's right there, you can buy one. If I wanted to simulate a cell phone station somewhere, who would want to do that? I can use Blade RF. You can go to GitHub and you can get the software. It's as easy as that, it takes a couple $100s. If I wanted to spoof GPS signals, let's say that grandma's plane finally landed, she rented a car, now she's driving to your house. Let's say you're not happy about that. You can set up a Lime SDR or a HackRF on the side of the highway with the right software and the right amount of power, spoof GPS to make grandma think she's in Thailand, and you've just bought yourself another hour. So, what? I consider Wi-Fi to be one of those cool software-defined radio targets that everyone overlooks because there are much better things you can do to mess with Wi-Fi. But with what I have on the desk over here, you can definitely mess with Wi-Fi. Who here has ever messed with Wi-Fi with a Flipper Zero? Oh, a few people. Okay, this is what we're going to do. With a Flipper Zero that has a Wi-Fi dev board, and I couldn't live demo this because then I'd interfere with the facility's Wi-Fi, but you can set this up with a GPIO board that contains the right kind of software to demodulate 2.4 gigahertz. You can set up your own little test router, and if you have a mobile phone that you can use to be the victim, then you can do your own deauthentication attack. This is how I did that in video form with the Flipper Zero. You go to your GPIO settings, and you go to your ESP32 board. I'm using Wi-Fi Marauder, so I'm picking that. And then the first thing you do is you scan for the access points. You collect all those access points, you stop the collection, and then the next thing you want to do is go and list which access points you collected. Give it a couple of seconds, you'll soak up however many happen to be in your area. So here, I found one that I want to mess with. I'm going down to list AP, and which one is, oh, it's a trap, that looks good. That's selection number 1. So maybe I'll pick that one. So I go back and I select my AP. I'm selecting number 1. And then I hit save, and then I go back. So now I have my target access point. Next thing that I want to do is send deauth packets. But before you can send a deauth packet, you have to start collecting those packets. Or you'll send deauth and you're just not collecting anything. If you're not collecting anything, then a deauth packet's not going to give you any of the encrypted credentials that you're looking to crack. So first, you have to go to sniff, and then I go to sniff raw. This allows me to get everything, not just a deauth packet, because it's a little bit finicky if you try to go a little bit too specific. Now that I'm sniffing, I send my deauth packets, stop the deauth, and now that I'm collecting, I'm getting the deauth packets, and then if the endpoints on this router have a setting to reconnect to the access point, then as soon as I deauth it, then it's going to want to come back. When it comes back, I can collect my 4-way handshake. Now I've done that. There's my file. So I'm going to take my file, I'm going to download it onto my desktop, and then bam, I can do whatever I want with it. I can analyze it with Wireshark. I can possibly open up Kali Linux and do whatever I want with it. But this is what it looks like right here. This is what I did. This is what I did with this Flipper Zero that the airport just kind of let me through with. So it's pretty badass. I like it. So what can you do with something like that? Well, now that you have that packet, you can analyze it to see if you got those four-way handshakes. They're called EAPOL packets, so Extensible Authentication Protocol over LAN. These packets are what's going to contain your encrypted password. And whenever you're trying to crack Wi-Fi, this is what you're looking for. I would crack it. I would say that's beyond our scope, but I feel like we have a few minutes to do that, so let's do it. So again, couldn't do it live, but this is just me demonstrating how to do it on Kali Linux. This is how I'm using that PCAP file that I just got. I'm going to use all the stock stuff that you would find on Kali. I'm going to use a modified rocku.txt file that has all these passwords on it. We're going to do the crack. You're going to see it happen. And while it's happening, I can explain some other cool things you can do with SDR. Actually, I'll explain one other cool thing you could do with SDR. With the right kind of antenna, and in this case it would be like a helix antenna, you could pick up satellite signals. I was able to pick up the International Space Station while they were sending down recorded video. And with an RTL SDR and an antenna that looked kind of like a double helix, I picked up that signal and I was able to use the right kind of software to demodulate it. And then I got that full motion video and I was able to show it to a group of high school kids. They were like, wow, this is awesome. I was afraid that they were going to say, nah, if you can do that, what else can you do? Because then they would come to this talk, they would see all this other crap. You don't want high schoolers running around with a hack RF. It's just not advised. You know, and here we cracked the password. There it is. So it's a trap is Veritas 1. Now I got to go change my password on everything. So that's it. We did a little bit of passive capture using a radio. We did a little bit of active capture for offense. You know, and that's, you know, listening into Chick-fil-A or recording signals and replaying it, because electronics equals intelligence in my book. We did some active emission for defense. In this case, you're looking at jamming signals that might be offensive in nature. Like say you have an adversary team that's moving in, you jam their radio, their comms are down. If they depend on their radio, they don't know how to use hand signals, they're done. You got the upper hand. And we use some active emission for offense, which is cracking a password. So just really simple things that we can do with commercial off-the-shelf stuff, and we ran the gamut of what a military team would need if they were on the ground. So this is my question slide. Now I'm going to make it big. I dare you guys to do a QR code scan. I dare you. Questions?
So you mentioned picking up the ISS with the SDR. There are instructions. You can build a V-dipole with coat hangers, and it's not great, but it works. So if someone's on a budget.
Yeah, no, that's a really good thing. I've built antennas out of Christmas lights, out of coat hangers, whatever. If it's metal and it resonates and it's cut to the right size, the answer is yes. You definitely can do that. The thing about satellites is that if you're on the ground, you can see what an antenna is doing. You can see how it's facing. This is a vertically polarized antenna. This would be a horizontally polarized antenna. For you to get the maximum gain when you're receiving or sending, you want to match the polarization. Satellites are too far away to see where their antennas are pointing. So if you do use a coat hanger, you still want to try to make it a spiral or a helix. So when you're pointing it at like whatever is transmitting, you have a whole bunch of different parts of your antenna that are going to, at some point, match the polarization of the antenna of the satellite. That's why you'd want to use a helix. Other questions? Yes, sir.
What's the cost on the spectrum analyzer, and do you have a recommendation for a make model?
I lost my hearing in the war. Can you repeat that a little louder?
Hang on. Sorry about that.
No, no worries.
Do you have a recommendation for the spectrum analyzer, and what's the cost on that?
Okay. So my recommendation, if you're serious, is the Tiny SA Ultra, and that's something that I had on the nice to have slide. You're looking at maybe between $150 and $180 to buy one. It's really small, it's a small screen, which sucks, but if you have good eyesight or if you're able to use a magnifying glass, you can see some good detail, but that's okay because all you're looking for is where a spike is, and then you can zoom in on that and you can demodulate from there, or you can at least see what the signal looks like, you can see the frequency, and then you can get more sophisticated equipment to pick up that frequency. That's what I would recommend. If for nothing else, then the tiny SA Ultra is able to collect on an extremely wide band. So you can collect on anything from 10 kilohertz up to 1 gigahertz. You'll see a ton of things, but you can do that. If you're less serious about it, a Flipper Zero has a frequency analyzer and a spectrum analyzer that can do the same thing. If you're even less serious, this RTL SDR, and I can unplug it now, my demos are over. This RTL SDR, with any antenna, the antennas that come with it, which are just telescoping aerial antennas like rabbit ears, or something like this, and the right kind of software, whether it's SDR Sharp or GNU Radio or SDR Angel like I was using, you can do the same exact thing. You can read those frequencies. It's just a matter of what kind of nice to haves you want, but going from most expensive to least expensive, tiny SA Ultra, Flipper Zero and things like that, and then RTL SDR. Does that answer your question? Cool. Yes, sir. You. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Great presentation. I had a question regarding the Wi-Fi attack.
Yes.
Two questions. One is, how do you detect it? And I assume it might be logs. But then the second is, how do you defend against it? Are there any options to defend?
So yeah, unfortunately, radio is inherently indefensible. It's not like a wired network. There's no firewall for over-the-air signals. So the way that I would detect it, if I had a Flipper Zero with a GPIO board, like an ESP32 chip, it would just be doing how I demoed it. I would go to AP scan, and I would just scan all the access points. And then from there, because the Flipper Zero, the screen is so little, I would take that and I would dump that file, because it's going to record a sniff file. I would dump that onto my desktop, and then I would open it up with Wireshark or some other packet analyzer, and that's what I would look for. If I didn't have a Flipper and I had something like a Hack RF, if I were using the right antenna, like an Alpha card or something, then I can use a Hack RF, I can use an Alpha card, and I could record that way. If I had just a laptop and an Alpha card, then I can use something like Kismet or even just Aircrack NG, that suite, and I can detect APs that way. There are so many different ways to do it. It really just depends on what kind of antenna you're using, because radio is finicky like that. I can't use a sub-gigahertz antenna for something that's over 1 gigahertz. It won't pick it up the right way. But those are the methods that I would use. For defense, your best defense is to make sure that your security is on point. The way that I was able to collect packets and de-auth them and then get the EA poll packets and then crack the password was because the security on that was WPA2, and the password was weak. If you're using WPA2, make sure that your passcode, your passphrase, your password is long, it's complicated, not something I'd find in a dictionary, and it's something that you'd be able to remember. Because if someone keeps on forgetting the password, they're going to browbeat you into making it simple. Don't listen to grandma, listen to the security. Another good one is WPA3. If you don't use WPA3 on your access points, use it now. WPA3, that protocol, that security protocol, that standard, transmits four-way handshakes that contain encrypted passwords as a completely encrypted packet. So Wireshark or whatever wouldn't be able to see that it's an EA poll packet. I wouldn't know which packets to try to decrypt. That's a cool thing about that. There are attacks that would downgrade that, like the Dragon Blood attack, and it's basically just like an evil twin attack, where you pretend to be the same access point and you make people log on to you, and then suddenly you're using WPA2 and you start capturing everything. Look it up. It's a really cool technique. But from what I was doing, without doing anything more special, WPA3 would defeat that. And a long, complicated, unique, not in a dictionary password would defeat that too. Other questions? All right, nothing seen. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Go get some sleep. Go hydrate.